Is to make your shipping more efficient with priority mail flat rate boxes from the Postal Service.
Shipping's a hassle, weighing every box.
Actually, with flat rate boxes, you don't need to weigh anything under 70 pounds. If it fits, it ships for a low flat rate.
Call or go online for a free flat rate box shipping kit that includes free boxes and our helpful shipping guide. Do it today and we'll ship it all right to your door for free.
Okay, but I ship all over the country.
You can ship anywhere in the country for a low flat rate. Ship international, too.
And remember, flat rate boxes come in 4 sizes, and shipping starts at just $4.95. Call or go online for a free shipping kit with a full supply of free boxes plus the shipping guide. Act now and you'll get them all delivered right to your business free of charge.
Priority mail flat rate boxes. Only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship. Call or go online now to get started.
This is Chevy Cubs Pregame Live.
It is getaway day in Seattle, and the Cubs can't wait to get away from the Mariners. The M's have their brooms, but the Cubs have Ted Lilly on the mound trying to get his team in the win column today. Cubs baseball only on Comcast Sportsnet coming up at the bottom of the hour. Hello and welcome to Chevy Cubs Pregame Live. Gail Fisher and former Cub Todd Hollinsworth here with you. Yeah, there's a lack of offense, Todd. And then there's the Cubs, who have only mustered 1 run in 2 games in the Emerald City.
Well, they are struggling. They've got another huge mountain to climb over today. Felix Hernandez, I mean, holy cow, what is going on? King Felix is going out there. He's been dominating. He's gone complete game, 8 2/3 last 2 times out. You know, they got the right-handed version of Cliff Lee going today for an offense that is struggling, for a defense that is struggling. A lot of things are going wrong right now. They are going to have to find a way to rally the troops, get together in that clubhouse and say, we've got to go out and get something done today.
All right, well, for more on this series finale and what's going on with the Cubs, we join Bob Brenly in Seattle. Bob, I really want to talk coffee with you rather than baseball, because I hear you're a coffee connoisseur and you went to the original Starbucks, but we'll save that for the end. You actually have to watch what's going on with the Cubs in person. Have you ever seen an offensive drought this bad?
Not for this long, Gail. I mean, anybody that's ever played this game for any amount of time, you go through your slumps, your peaks and valleys over the course of the season. Even the best hitters in the game do that from time to time. But I've never seen a total team offensive collapse the way we've seen the Cubs through the first 3 months of this season. It's, for me, unprecedented, especially guys that have had good track records. They've put up consistent numbers throughout the course of their career, and for whatever reason, just can't get untracked at all this year.
Hi, Bob. Todd here. Quick question for you. So you look at what's been going on. You know, we've got the errors on defense. We've got, you know, a lot of frustration offensively. What's the conversation that they're having in this clubhouse? How are they going to get themselves out of this and start playing better baseball? You know, for me, I look at this and I'm not all about all the wins. I just want them to be playing better baseball right now and feel, you know, I see a lot of heads down, a lot of guys not feeling really good about themselves. How do they get themselves out of this?
You know, Todd, and you know this as well as anybody, it's that chicken or the egg. Which came first? Does the confidence come and then the offense and the defense follow, or do you start playing better baseball and then the confidence develops from there? We certainly haven't seen a lot of confidence on either side of the baseball for the Cubs recently, and I agree with you about the heads down. The body language on the field is not good. It's almost like you get the feeling that if the other team scores first, the ball game's over, and with some of the starting pitching we've seen lately, that's been the case, and today may be another example of that. They're really going to need to put some good at-bats together. Not necessarily get base hits. You'd love to get the base hits. You'd love to drive in the runs when guys are on base. But I think the first step for the offense is to have better at-bats. We had 19 batters that were 0-2 last night. 19 guys were 0-2. You're not going to score a lot of runs when you allow the opposing team to do that to you.
All right, Bob, Ted Lilly on the mound. You know, everybody should have a disposition like Ted Lilly, I think. He never gets too up and never too down. He's usually a pretty good stopper when the Cubs need a W. He did have a rough outing his last time out. Do you think Ted will be ready and go back to his almost no-hitter form today?
Well, I never have any doubts that Ted Lilly's going to be ready to pitch. I mean, he's very much a professional, and regardless of how poorly things have gone behind him or at the plate when he's been on the mound, he never lets it affect what he does out there. And pitching here at Safeco Field, a very big pitcher-friendly ballpark. Hopefully he'll be able to execute his pitches and get a lot of lazy fly balls to center field today. And I think Ted is probably the best competitor we have on the pitching staff, and I think maybe it might be okay to let out some of that enthusiasm and let out some of that energy. He's such a calm, cool, collected character, and he's done so throughout the season, as I said, regardless of what's happened behind him. But because he is a leader and he is a veteran on this team, I don't think it would hurt a thing if Ted Lilly or Ryan Dempster, maybe would stand up and say, hey, let's go. It's time. Everybody needs to do their job. We're trying to do our job. We need you guys to do your job behind us.
All right, Bob, and finally, did you get a good cup of Joe this morning?
Yeah, you can't help it, Gail. I'll tell you, you walk out of the hotel and you go in one Starbucks and come out the door, and there's another one across the street. There's a Seattle's Best right next to that. I actually went to the mall yesterday, went to a Starbucks on the second floor, rode down the escalator, and there was another one right at the bottom of the escalator, just in case you needed another caffeine fix.
That's outstanding. I love it. All right, Bob, thank you so much, and we look forward to your call at the bottom of the hour.
All right.
Todd, you grew up in Seattle. I need to make a road trip for all that coffee they have out there.
Seafood and coffee. I mean, it's what a combination. I mean, all the protein you want and all the coffee you want. And you're absolutely right. It's quite a lifestyle. People who are from Seattle, I had the privilege of growing up there. A lot of people I've never heard. I've got a lot of friends. They've been ribbing me on the phone. I've been getting a lot of text messages about the Mariners and the Cubs and what's been going on up there, because they're down on their ball club as well. But a lot of those people up there, they stay up there. That's good living for them. They like it, and it's a fun place to be. The climate's very, very, very kind to most people, and it doesn't get too hot or ever too cold.
And the Cubs need a few extra cups of coffee, maybe, for today. Taking a glance at the matchup, the records are similar, but the team situations are much different. The M's have won 6 straight and are 7-3 in their last 10. The Cubs have lost 2 straight and 6 of 10 overall. The Cubs are a season-low 9 games under 500 for the first time since June 2nd, 2007. And you see the numbers right there. How do the Cubs turn this around? We asked Bob this question, but they've got to get some momentum going, especially when they're coming back home to face the White Sox at U.S. Cellular Field. Jim Hendry, is he throwing in the towel just yet?
Well, I don't know. All I can do is give you my best opinion of being in this situation and being on some bad teams. And this is the one thing I guess I can always come back to. And I just wanted to get angry and go out there and take it out on somebody. And that's what my question to Bob was directed at, is where is this team going to go? Because I'm seeing heads down, people feeling sorry for themselves right now, and it just doesn't seem like a lot of good things going on. This is a team that was put together, a veteran group of guys that you feel like can fight their way through bad times, can fight their way through things that don't always go your way. And I look at, people ask me, what's the hope of this season? Well, I look at it like this. I mean, you've got a chance to turn around, with the group of guys that are here, because these are a group of guys who have won before. If they can get on the track and start doing things the right way, you could have one of the greatest comebacks that we've ever seen, that anybody in Chicago has ever seen, but that anybody in all of Major League Baseball has ever seen. Everybody I know has cashed this team in. So there's very few, I honestly believe, people out there who believe this team's going to turn it around, because, the history that we've seen in this season has repeated itself over and over again. For every good game this team plays, it seems to play 3 or 4 bad ones. So I guess it's a really good question, but for me, I just want to get angry and say, I'm going to go out there today. I don't care who's pitching. I'm going to find a way to win this ball game, and if that means it's on defense, if it's going to be on the base pass, I'm going to do what it's all about to get a win today and slow this thing down a little bit.
I'm sure Cub fans wish you could go out there and get angry and start hitting for the Cubs. Carlos Silva was supposed to pitch today, but has a sore hamstring, so he was pushed back to Saturday. Ted Lilly moved up to take his spot today. He opposes Felix Hernandez, who was 5-5 on the year. Lilly's ERA, by the way, got into the 3s because of his last outing when he gave up 5 runs. But other than that, he's been outstanding. We'll start with Hernandez, though, Todd. he eats up innings. He's pitched into the 8th inning 4 of his last 5 starts.
Well, and you know what? I think a lot of that has to do with Cliff Lee. This is the king up in Seattle. They love this guy. This is a man. This is people all around baseball know how good this young man is, but I think he gets hidden a bit by, like I said, being up in the great Northwest. And, I think by them acquiring Cliff Lee, it's kind of brought that to him like, hey, listen, I need to go deeper into ball games. I need to be a little bit better, and he's taking that on as a challenge. I know that 2 starts ago, he came out with 1 out to go in the 9th, and he was not happy about it. He wants to finish games. He wants to take it to the next level. This is the guy who was runner-up to the American Cy Young Award last year, and so, I mean, he's a strikeout pitcher. He's got great stuff. The Cubs have a tough task today, but they can do it if they just get the right mentality and say, we're going to go out there and have good at-bats today, and we're going to get ahead, and we're going to put together quality at-bats. I think for Ted, the big key today is going to be staying out of the middle of the plate. That's the mistakes he made in his last start. He was in the middle of the plate. When he fell behind, pitches out over the plate. His changeup was up. His fastball was right there, very, very hittable. He is really effective when he can throw his fastball on the inside corner, his cut fastball, and he can work outside with changeups.
Yeah, Lilly usually follows a bad start with a good one, so that's the good news. And he's usually a stopper for the Cubs. When they lose, he gets the ball club a W. He'll be facing a lineup featuring Ichiro Suzuki. He's batting .339 during interleague play this season, .375 in his last 6 games against the Cubs. He's 10 for 32 against Lilly lifetime. We've talked about him before, Todd. It all starts at the top with Ichiro.
Well, you start with Ichiro, but this is a lineup that does not have a whole lot of pop in it. I mean, this is a lineup you have to manage. You manage from hitter to hitter and on the bases. That's where your focus has got to be, especially on the mound. This isn't a team where we got to really worry about the 3-run home run, or, I mean, occasionally they get a few homers here or there. But my point is that for the most part, this is a team that has to manufacture runs, and so you have to do a good job of managing your innings. You got one of the best in the game at the top in Ichiro, so there lies your challenge. You have to control those guys. You have to make sure that you throw to first, vary your move, vary your speeds to the pitch, maybe use a little bit of a slide step. But there's definitely 6 or 7 guys in that lineup that I say you can get out at any time when you focus and you make your pitch.
All right, the Cubs trying to avoid the sweep at the hands of the Mariners today. Much more to get to on Chevy Cubs Pregame Live. We're going inside this series to figure out why the Cubs are winless in Seattle. Todd offers his insight, but first, a look at your multi-hit game leaders in the National League. Marlon Byrd, 2nd in the NL with 30, and we'll be right back.
Cubs Pregame Live is presented to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
The Chevy Silverado 360 horsepower Vortec V8 offers the best fuel economy of any full-sized pickup. If you think that's impressive, how does a consumer Best Buy 2 years running move you? See your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
We're the Mighty Bovines.
A bovine is a cow.
Yeah, so we prefer poultry.
That's chicken, right? I'll try anything once.
With all the bold, unique flavors at White Castle, there's a slider for everyone. Like the original slider, 100% USDA beef steamed grilled on a bed of onions. Right now, get 4 original sliders for under $3. White Castle, grab a sack, you'll be back.
You know we'll always have each other. We've got a friendship like no other. You're the best friend that a best friend could be.
There are some things in life you can always count on, like intuitive, reliable laptops from Toshiba, the laptop expert.
Menards, your save big money headquarters. Take care of your car with items from Blackmagic. They're all on sale. Choose from great products like Pro Shine Protectant, Tire Wet, or Wheel Cleaner for $3.99 each. Plus, buy any 2 Blackmagic car care products, receive a $5 rebate. Keep your cooling bills low with DAP Alex Plus Caulk. It's great for stopping energy loss. It's paintable, flexible, and fast drying. White or clear are only 78 cents each after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings.
Think the 2010 Chevy Silverado is impressive? Yes, but time is running out. Now with 0% financing or $5,000 total cash back. See your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers today.
The Cubs are wrapping up their series in Seattle, trying to salvage a win and avoid the sweep. Felix Hernandez versus Ted Lilly on the mound. All the action coming up at the bottom of the hour. Welcome back to Chevy Cubs Pregame Live. Gail Fisher and Todd Hollandsworth here with you. It's been a tough couple of days in Seattle for the Cubs. They have one last chance to beat the Mariners today. M's going for their 7th straight victory. Now, Cliff Lee pitched a complete game last night as Seattle defeated the Cubs 8-1. The Mariners have allowed 1 or fewer runs in each of their last 6 games. That ties the longest such streak in a single season since divisional play began in 1969. 8 other teams allowed 1 or fewer runs in 6 consecutive games over that span, including Seattle in 2001. The last team to do it prior to the 2010 Mariners was the Cubs in 2004. Thanks to our friends at Elias Sports Bureau for that note. All right, Todd, we've got to look back and see how this all happened. Cubs and Mariners last night. Cliff Lee going for Seattle. This guy is tough, but the rookie, Tyler Colvin, got to him in the 2nd inning with this bomb. Colvin's 9th home run of the season, first of his career against a lefty, and he puts the Cubs on the board, so they got off to a good start.
Well, a great lefty. This is Cliff Lee out there. I mean, that's what this is all about. This kid has just been so impressive this year.
Randy Wells looking for his first win since April 30th, bottom of the 4th. Josh Wilson bounces one down the line. They call it fair, so everybody is safe. Taking another look. Yeah, I think it got it. The call stands after an appeal. Bases loaded. Casey Kochman in singles to score Jose Lopez, and we're all tied at 1. Later in the inning, yeah, this is bad. Wells with a 4-pitch walk.
And this is where this game completely unravels, because that cannot happen. That's your number 9 hitter walking on 4 pitches, going into one of the best interleague hitters, if not one of the best hitters of the last decade in baseball, especially with runners in scoring position. Ichiro, he comes up and gets the big hit, turns that into a 4-1 ball game.
Yeah, he scores 2 there. Bottom of the 5th, the former Cub Milton Bradley lines one to left. Alfonso Soriano makes a nice diving catch to rob him. Bradley going 0 for 4 if you're keeping count. Top of the 7th, Cubs had 2 on, nobody out, but after a fly out and a strikeout, Ryan Theriot grounds out back to Lee, and that's going to do it. Cubs lose this one 8-1. All right, so that was last night, and then Monday night, we're recapping for you. Game 1.
The noise we heard were loom. For Milton Bradley, I don't think that's what they're saying.
That was our first look at Milton Bradley and the Cub fans in Seattle letting him have it. His first at bat, Bradley with the harmless fly out. He was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts in game 1. So this game was scoreless after the first inning. On to the 2nd inning. Trouble for Ryan Dempster. A man on. Franklin Gutierrez crushes one to left. A 2-run shot. His 6th of the year. Mariners up 2-0. This is all the Mariners would get, and this was that game, Todd, where the Cubs end up with nothing. So poor Dempster only gives up the 2 runs, but he's going to have to take the loss.
Well, I mean, it has been a frustrating year. It has been a frustrating trip to Seattle, but you have to turn the page. Every day is a new day. You have to get psyched. You got to get pumped up to go to the yard, get your coffee in you, and say, you know what, we're going to go out and get something done today.
How frustrated are you with this play? Alfonso Soriano gets doubled off.
These are the mental lapses. I was hoping we wouldn't even show this, but I'm seeing it now. See, these are the things that really frustrate me and send me over the top, because when you're playing bad baseball, these things stand out. Yeah, he's 5 for 8 in the series, but these are the little things that just kill you. You're looking for any little positive thing to get some kind of momentum going, and you keep making these tiny mistakes. I'll call them tiny. They end up being huge mistakes, but when you're playing close 1-run ball games all the time, all these little mistakes add up, and they add up to losses.
Well, it came down to the 8th inning, 2 on, nobody out for the Cubs. Marlon Berg grounds into a double play, so the Cubs can't get on the board once again. Dempster was lights out, as I mentioned, only giving up the 2 runs, but the Cubs lose this game 2-0. So it's a pretty simple series for the Cubs. Northsiders have gone just 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position over the first 2 contests at Safeco. And, Todd, that's not going to get it done against anyone.
Well, we're not talking. This is not a foreign language to Cubs fans out there. This is something that this team has struggled with all year long. And, again, really all you can do is say, I am going to turn the page on what's happened yesterday, the day before, and honestly, this entire first part of the season, offensively speaking, these guys have got to come in and they've got to stay positive. That's the only way you get yourself out of these things. Either that or you throw your arms up and you say, I don't care, and I quit. Well, that's not going to happen because there's accountability, and there's got to be accountability in this clubhouse. So these guys have got to go out there and find a way to have better at-bats when those runners are on base and when they're in scoring position. Go up there with a game plan. Go up there with an idea. Even if it doesn't work, you can't fault yourself or be mad at yourself if you went up there and had an idea and you tried to execute it. At least that's what you were doing. I've seen too many times at-bats where guys are swinging at first-pitch curveballs. You cannot explain that. You cannot tell me that you were going up there looking for a first-pitch curveball with the bases loaded when the guy before just got walked on 4 pitches. I'm just not buying it because that's not good baseball. You're going up there trying to wear down the pitcher each and every day. That's exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to get into a team's bullpen. You're trying to extend them. You're trying to get them to throw a ton of pitches. Every time you do that, that's when the offense is rolling the right way. Things are going well. You're getting in their bullpen. And the more bullpen guys you can start using, you set the table for the next day. That's how the trickle effect works, because you play so many of these ball games that you put an awful lot of pressure on the starting pitcher the next day. Why? Because, well, you know, our bullpen had to go 4 innings. So, I mean, that's the idea. That's the game itself. And what I see are a lot of quick outs, a lot of swinging early, and outs that just should not happen. Pop-ups in the wrong places. There should be much more mental focus in that batter's box on exactly what the task is at that moment.
Not only are they professionals, you have to have a lot of pride to be able to turn this around. All right. Still to come on the show, we will take a look at Tyler Colvin, the one guy who's been producing for the Cubs. But first, a look at our Cubs poll question of the day. Do you think Ichiro Suzuki is a lock for Cooperstown? A simple yes or no, or he has work left to do. Visit CSNChicago.com, go to the Cubs team page to vote, and we'll have the results later on Sylvania Comes Post-Game Live.
Every morning, start your day with Sports Rise on Comcast Sportsnet. Get up to speed on everything happening in Chicago sports. Plus, real-time traffic and weather reports before your workday. Sports Rise, every morning on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hi, I'm Keith Hernandez.
And I'm Walt Clyde Frazier.
What a marvelous night for the action.
Let's go to the play-by-play.
Oh, there's Mr. Graybeard approaching Miss Hottie. Oh, no.
Rejected. Yeah, no play for Mr. Gray. Get that man our Just for Men Brush In Color Gel.
It's specially formulated to penetrate coarse facial hair and gets rid of gray in 5 easy minutes.
Home run.
And now, Just for Men shampoo. Keeps color looking fresh. Great for facial hair, too.
There's nothing like seeing Chicago baseball in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at Sears.
Last season, Bellator crowned 4 champions. Now, 32 warriors will battle over 12 weeks for the right to fight them. Bellator Fighting Championships. The tournament continues tonight.
Tomorrow and Sunday.
Give in to the obsession with the HBO and Cinemax free preview. HBO's most addictive original series are back. Big star power, plus big Hollywood hits. And even more big movies with Cinemax. Don't miss a free preview of HBO and Cinemax, Friday, June 25th through Monday, June 28th.
The Pizzazz Entertainment Complex. Many destinations, one amazing place.
Here's your your ZAP 3.0 weather forecast for Seattle today. 63 degrees with winds 7 miles per hour. Shouldn't be a factor. You know what, Todd? It doesn't matter. They've got a roof out there. If anything happens, put the roof on. But it should be a good day for baseball in Seattle.
Now it's time for the Keep Your Edge Spotlight. Brought to you by Just for Men, Mustache and Beard.
Our Just for Men Keep Your Edge Spotlight is on Tyler Colvin. Colvin was the one big bright spot for the Cubs last night. He tattooed Cliff Lee for a solo shot. Just as Tyler Colvin gives the Cubs the edge, you too can keep your edge with Just for Men Mustache and Beard. Tyler Colvin's 9 home runs, are third among all rookies behind Atlanta's Jason Hayward, both of whom have hit 11 homers this year. Colvin has 1 homer per 13.44 at-bats. That's tops among rookies with at least 100 at-bats this season. We've talked about him many times. Welcome back to the show, everyone. Speaking of rookies, our very own Todd Hollandsworth was a Rookie of the Year. How do you maintain it, though? We saw Giovanni Soto struggle after his freshman year, sophomore jinx, and now we're seeing it with Gordon Beckham for the White Sox. Can Tyler Colvin maintain this?
Oh, I think he can, absolutely. This is a good chance for him. He's got every reason to do it. He shows up each and every day, no matter what happened the day before, and this is the one thing I look for in almost every ball player, is who shows up each and every day. And that's the one thing. When I played the game, I had a lot of failures. I had some highlights, but I had a lot of failures. And you had to really teach yourself to show up, to know how to play this game each and every day. And that's laying it out there on the line, saying, I'm going to go out there and lay myself out for my team each and every day, no matter what happens, whether I get the big hit or I get the big home run, whether I'm going to go out there and make a diving play in the outfield or steal a big base or make a pivotal play. When you come in with the right attitude, you've got a chance to succeed. It's when you start feeling sorry for yourself when you're going through those slumps. Tyler, he's really been tested early this year. It's been really impressive because he's been in and out of the lineup. He's got a lot of tough pinch hit at bats. He gets a tough start. He hasn't got a whole lot of starts against lefties, and he draws Cliff Lee. He's the only run yesterday. I mean, This kid has been nothing but a stud. He has been very, very impressive to me, and I think with more playing time, you're going to see better numbers, and I think you're going to see a push for a National League Rookie of the Year. He's definitely a candidate already. I think he's in my book. Well, he's the guy. I think with some more at-bats, he's going to absolutely become that guy, and you just hope that that's the way that it goes, because right now it's only the only bright spot that this Cubs team has got to, kind of got to rally around.
And naturally, he is in the starting lineup once again as we take a look at who Lou is going with in this series finale. So he's been shuffling around the order. So Tyler Colvin's hitting in the heart of this Cubs order with Fukudome leading off.
Well, you got a few more lefties in the lineup today. You're obviously looking for some success. King Felix is up on the bump today. He's had a good run, 97 strikeouts, right around 100 innings. I mean, they got a tall task today, but they're going to have to go out there. Again, just like I said, I keep hammering on the head. Find a way to get it done. You're coming home. You've got the White Sox waiting for you. But this is a big game. You hate to say that there's a big game on a getaway day, but this is a big game.
All right, time now for Todd Hollandsworth's keys to the game. Todd, what do you have?
Well, here we go. Free and easy, and this is just a play on this offense. They need to find a way to relax, enjoy themselves, go up there with a task. Start off the day, say, listen, this is the situation that's presented. I got a runner on first. I'm going to go the other way. Make that your priority the entire at-bat. Slow this game down one pitch at a time. Inside out, Ted Lilly, he had a problem. He was out over the plate way too much his last start. Off-speed pitches up. We're getting hammered. His velocity is not what it was last year, but he's been doing a real good job staying on the corners outside of his last start. This is a Mariners lineup that has struggled this year. I think he can obviously use his fastball inside to set up his off-speed stuff away, which he does, and when he's got that going, he is very, very successful. So he's got to find that confidence again. He's a big bat. He's a bounce-back pitcher. He does a great job of that. I know, Gail, you mentioned that earlier in the show. This is a big game. This is a big start for him. We're looking to stop a losing streak, and they all count now, folks. Here we are. We're in a situation where just about every one of these games means something for this ball club, and they've got to go out there and find wins. Again, this is a getaway day. They got a long flight home. They've got the White Sox waiting for them. They're going to have to rally the troops.
If they are to turn it around, it all starts now. The Cubs need to salvage a win in Seattle. First pitch coming your way in just a few minutes. Len and Bob take it away after the break. Enjoy the game, everyone.
The Chevy Silverado 360 horsepower Vortec V8 offers the best fuel economy of any full-sized pickup. If you think that's impressive, how does a consumer Best Buy 2 years running move you? See your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
This program on Comcast Sportsnet presented to you in high definition by Sylvania HD LCD TVs and Blu-ray disc players. You must see baseball in stunning high definition.
nothing like seeing Chicago baseball in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at Sears.
Guests on Cubs Pregame Live receive gift certificates to Harry Carey's legendary Italian steakhouse, located in Chicago, Rosemont, and Lombard.
That's where it's gotten to. I have to plan my own birthday party.
You're the only one.
The only one there.
I guess it stopped raining.
Should probably make our move.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you.
Yeah, really nice meeting you.
May 29th. Jason Miller finds out if you want to make instant friends, just add water. Gear up for the great outdoors at REI. Find out. Visit your local REI today.
1980, he built a wall with Pink Floyd. 1990, he tore it down in Berlin. Now, 2010, he returns with his masterpiece of rock theater, Roger Waters' The Wall. Due to overwhelming demand, a fourth show added, Friday, September 24th at United Center. Tickets on sale Monday morning at 10 at LiveNation.com, Ticketmaster.com, Ticketmaster outlets, or by phone. Roger Waters, The Wall.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Verizon, the network with the most 3G coverage.
Think the 2010 Chevy Silverado is impressive? Yes, but time is running out. Now with 0% financing or $5,000 total cash back. See your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers today.
Once again from Safeco Field in Seattle, Washington. Another nice day for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Roof is open. The Cubs looking to salvage the finale after scoring just one run in a couple of losses to begin this series. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Cubs trying to cool off the red-hot Mariners, who've won 6 in a row. They've only allowed 3 runs during this winning streak. And, Bob, it's been feast or famine. A little bit more of the latter, unfortunately, for the Cubs lately.
You know, Len, we talk about starting pitching a lot, and the common refrain we hear is they gave the team a chance to win a ball game. Unfortunately, the offense has not done that. They haven't given the Cubs a chance to win because they haven't been scoring runs. 2 or fewer in half of their 24 games recently.
And it puts a lot of pressure on the pitching staff, and today it falls on Ted Lilly's shoulders. He's used to pitching here at Safeco.
Yeah, Ted Lilly's had quite a bit of career experience here at Safeco, and I'm quite surprised that his career numbers are not better in this ballpark. You see the 2-3 record with the 4.50 ERA. Fly ball pitcher, big ballpark. If Ted can get the Mariners to hit the ball to center field, he should do okay today.
It'll be Felix Hernandez for the Seattle Mariners. Unbelievable stuff. Some thought he should have won the Cy Young last year.
And really on a roll right now. 17 2/3 innings in his last couple of starts. 18 strikeouts, only 9 base hits, and 3 runs allowed.
All right, the Cubs right now a season worst 9 games under 500. We'll see if they can get back on track today against one of the better right-handers in baseball. It's been a rough return for Lou Piniella here to Seattle. The only run so far in the set supplied by Tyler Colvin. The Cubs against Ichiro and the Mariners next.
We're always warmed up and ready to go. Catch us on Sports Night and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet fans' best friend.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Tomorrow and Sunday.
Fix and Ease, the language spoken by those working on a home repair project and clearly understood by K&K employees.
Looking for some of that spray stuff that kills these things?
Absolutely. We'll have everything you need right over here in our lawn and garden department.
Service with answers. That's the K&K way.
I need a new curbing pipe and a connector thingy for under my sink.
I know just what you need. It's right over here in plumbing.
Service with answers. That's the K&K way. check us out on the web at kkhardware.com.
Toyota customers are extremely loyal. In fact, Toyota's great fuel efficiency and dependability have helped earn Toyota the highest owner loyalty of any vehicle manufacturer. Lease the 2010 Corolla with 0 down and 0 drive-off for just $199 a month. Or lease the 2010 RAV4 with 0 down and 0 drive-off for just $249 a month. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, moving forward.
Back in our downtown Chicago studios. We'll get you back to Seattle in just a minute, where Ted Lilly takes the mound for the Cubs, making his first appearance today at Safeco Field since September 11, 2006, when he was with the Blue Jays, when he threw 7 innings of 2-run ball in a 6-2 Toronto victory. Lilly opposes Felix Hernandez, who is 5-5 on the year. Lilly's ERA jumped into the 3s because of his last outing when he gave up 5 runs. But other than that, he's been outstanding. Hernandez eats up innings, though, at 5-5 this year. He's pitched into the 8th inning 4 of his last 5 starts. Some other action going on today in Major League Baseball. The Twins visiting the Brewers. Minnesota starter Nick Blackburn runs into trouble in the 3rd inning, giving up a 2-run homer to left to Ricky Weeks, and it's 2-0 Brew Crew. Then just 2 batters later, man on for Prince Fielder, and he crushes one to deep center. A 2-run shot, his 14th. That made it 4-0 Brewers. And right now, Milwaukee leads it 5-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Giants and Astros in Houston, bottom of the first, 2-on, 2-out. Hunter Pence putting a charge into this pitch from Matt Cain, a 3-run shot to left, and it's 3-0 Astros. Bottom of the 2nd, Houston loads the bases, and Lance Berkman rips one to the corner and left. It's a fair ball, and it's trouble. 2 runs are going to score on the RBI double by Berkman, and right now the Astros lead at 7-2 in the bottom of the 4th. Taking a look at the standings, the Cubs are 9 games under 500 and 9 games back of the Cardinals in the NL Central Division. The Cubs can certainly use a W today. This reminder, after the conclusion of the Cubs and Mariners, it's Sylvania Cubs postgame live with Todd Hollandsworth and myself. We'll break down all the action, and we'll look forward to the series on the south side between the Cubs and Sox this weekend. That's all from our downtown Chicago studios. It's the Cubs and Mariners live on Comcast Sportsnet. Len and Bob have the call coming up next.
Last season, Bellator crowned 4 champions. Now, 32 warriors will battle over 12 weeks for the right to fight them. Bellator Fighting Championships. The tournament continues tonight.
Thinking about your Florida vacation and about what's happening in the Gulf? Well, Florida has 825 miles of beaches and 1,260 miles of coastline. So there's plenty of places in Florida to enjoy crystal clear waters and a great beach vacation. Go to Florida Live and visit Florida.com for real-time information. The Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association has hot travel deals all over the Sunshine State. Visit FRLA.org and plan your summer vacation today.
You know we'll always have each other. We've got a friendship like no other. You're the best friend that a best friend could be.
There are some things in life you can always count on, like intuitive, reliable laptops from Toshiba, the laptop expert.
Every morning, start your day with Sports Rise on Comcast Sportsnet. Get up to speed on everything happening in Chicago sports. Plus, real-time traffic and weather reports before your workday. Sports Rise, every morning on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Member-owned means our reason for being is your well-being. Experience wellness everywhere. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines. Visit southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on.
Maybe the 3 nicest weather days of the year have been during this series here in Seattle. I heard they hit 75 yesterday officially on the Mercury since September of last year.
Ooh.
Well, the Cubs try to get out of here with one after scoring just one run in the first two games of this series in a tall task today against Felix Hernandez. Ted Lilly will get the ball. It was originally supposed to be Carlos Silva, but he tweaked his hamstring in his last start, so Silva will start on Saturday against the White Sox instead. And it'll be Lilly against Hernandez. And Bob, we're nearing the end of interleague play here for 2010, and we've talked so much about the American League having the advantage as they do every year in the All-Star game, but this year they have the advantage again.
And not quite as drastic as you might expect. And the batting average, American League at 271, National League at 252. I really believe that's due to the fact that American League teams have a designated hitter. It's a spot on the roster that they clear for a guy just to swing the bat, whereas in the National League, as we've seen from Lou Piniella and other managers in the National League, they kind of rotate that DH spot and don't get the same kind of offensive production as the American League teams have gotten this year.
Ryan Dempster hosting a lot of family and friends. About 250 tickets per game in this series. He's from nearby Gibsons, British Columbia. And we want to mention the big charity event he and his wife Jenny will be hosting coming up on July 21st. The Dempster Foundation Casino Night and Concert at the House of Blues. You can go to DempsterFamilyFoundation.org for more information. Fun-filled night with casino gaming, delicious food and beverages, an auction. You can mingle with celebrities, and a live concert as well. All funds raised will support children with DeGeorge syndrome. Ryan's daughter Riley has been battling DeGeorge for about a year and a half. She was born on April 1st of last year and is doing a lot better and has been a huge inspiration to her dad. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup against Felix Hernandez, who faces the Cubs for the first time in his career. Kosuke Fukudome gets his first start in this series. Ryan Theriot batting second. Marlon Byrd's going to DH. He hasn't done it a whole lot in his career. Lee back out on the field at first. Tyler Colvin in center for Byrd. Nady in left for Soriano. Mike Fontenot for Starlin Castro. Chad Tracy and Coy Hill go 8 and 9.
Take a look at the Mariners defensively. Brought to you by Jimmy John's. Michael Saunders, Franklin Gutierrez, and Ichiro Suzuki across the outfield once again today. Lopez, Wilson, Figgins, and Wilson. That's Jack at short. Josh at first today. Rob Johnson doing the catching this afternoon for right-hander Felix Hernandez. They call him the king here in Seattle. Second in the Cy Young balloting last year to Zach Greinke. As you said, Len, a lot of people feel that Hernandez should have been the choice. Either way, this guy is a very, very tough customer.
Just 24 years old, 6'3", 225. And the umpires, Chad Fairchild, named to the full-time Major League staff this season. Will work the plate. Cooper, Miller, the crew chief Riley on the bases.
And you'll see a 4-pitch mix from Hernandez today. Basically fastball, changeup. He has a real good curveball and will throw an occasional slider.
So he deals to Kosuke Fukudome. Called strike. We're underway. Just outside, and Kosuke was able to hold up. A quite different looking Cubs lineup, which makes sense considering how much it has struggled lately. On Sunday, 12 runs on 18 hits, but the day before, no runs. And the two games in this series, only one combined. 2-2. Almost a Louis Tiant-like spin as Hernandez turns his back almost completely to home plate. And that creates a little more deception. 66, very pleasant, just perfect conditions. They do have the lights on, but the roof is open. That's the key.
And we talked about it in the first 2 games of this series. The wind tunnel here at Safeco appears to be right center field as Fukudome goes down on strikes. And, you know, Len, we say this about just about every starting pitcher we face, but especially the good ones. You got to get them early. As you get a look at strike 3 here to Fukudome, nothing special. 4-seam fastball at 93 right by Kosuke. The opponent's batting average in the first inning this year against Hernandez is .317. After that, it drops down to .200 in the second inning and considerably lower than that in some of the following innings.
Here's Ryan Theriot, 5 for his last 10. He hit 9th in the first 2 games of this series, batting 2nd today. Swing and a miss. 0-2. 95 on the Heat from Hernandez, who has the best June winning percentage in Major League history. 14-3. That's an .824 winning percentage. Bouncing ball backhanded by Jose Lopez. The throw right on the money to Josh Wilson, who's playing first base for the first time in his Major League career. 2 outs. So he's now played every position on the infield, including the pitcher's mound, except catcher. First, second, third, short, pitch.
And I would guess he could probably play an acceptable corner outfield spot if necessary.
I asked Marlon Byrd if he had ever DH'd before, and he said, you know what, I don't know. And then he thought about it. He said, you know, I might have an interleague play with Washington and 4 career games at the DH spot, so he hasn't done it a whole lot. Didn't think it would be a big deal today. He pops it up in his shallow center. Gutierrez will just head on into the Mariners dugout. The Cubs fail to score. The Mariners are coming up.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 13 daily nonstop flights from Chicago Midway to the Boston area. Now bags fly free 13 times a day. Grab your bag, it's on.
Desátame de una vez. ¿Dónde has estado? Te he estado esperando por más de 1 hora. Al menos me hubieras llamado. Jimmy Jones. Se están comportando como monios. Estoy enloqueciendo.
Ayúdame, por favor.
¿Cómo quieres que
¡Pronto!
¡Jimmy
Jones! Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
The Blackhawks are Stanley Cup champions. And Wrigleyville Sports has all your Hawks gear in stock. Over 100 items with more arriving daily. Get the official locker room cap and t-shirt the players wore for the celebration. Shop online and any size order ships for just $4.95. Orders over $100 ship free. Visit us at WrigleyvilleSports.com or at our retail locations across from Wrigley Field and Macy's State Street.
Mariners busted out for 8 runs last night and 11 hits. Let's check out Don Wakamatsu's Mariners lineup, brought to you by Southwest. Ichiro leads it off. Figgins at second. Mike Sweeney is first action in this series. He's the DH. Lopez, Gutierrez, Josh Wilson, we mentioned at first. Rob Johnson, the catcher. Jack Wilson over at short. And Michael Saunders had a career-best 4 RBIs last night. Will hit 9th once again.
And let's check out the Cubs defense, brought to you by Jimmy John's. Nady in left, Colvin in center, Fukudome in right field, Tracy, Fontenot, Theriot, and Lee across the infield. Coy Hill getting the start day game after a night game, and he'll be receiving pitches from left-hander Ted Lilly. Ted Lilly is the very definition of a tough luck pitcher.
I would say so. He is getting the worst run support in the major leagues. Under 2 runs per start while he's been in the game. He has received no more than 3 runs in any of his first 11 starts while he's been in there. And a 1-0 count on Ichiro. 3 for 7, 2 walks, 2 RBIs so far in the series. And Lilly behind 2-0.
Boy, and a lot of very deep grinding at bats for Ichiro as well.
Foul. Rocketed past first.
We might have caught a break right there on the leadoff hitter. That looked like that ball went over the base before shooting down into that right field corner, but Eric Cooper, the first base umpire, called it foul.
Didn't have a lot of time to react. 3-1. Soft liner to Fukudome on the run. That is, I believe, per 9 innings. He's not scoring runs for Ted. Now, his last start, run support was not the issue. Even though the Cubs didn't score, he gave up a season-high 8 runs to the Angels on Friday. Strike on Figgins. Oh for 5 in game 2. Knocked in a run, stole a base. He was a late scratch on Tuesday because of an upset stomach. First game he had missed this season. Slow windup by the lefty. And a pop up by Figgins. Mike Fontenot in the outfield grass. Starlin Castro getting the day off. He had started every game of his major league career prior to today. 42 straight. On Tuesday started a stretch of 20 games in 20 days going into the All-Star break, so I think Lou just wanted to give the kid a day. Big weekend against the White Sox starting tomorrow on the south side. Called strike on veteran Mike Sweeney, who's 4 for 9 with 2 home runs against Ted Lilly. Sweeney was activated from the DL last Friday, had lower back inflammation. And Fontenot plays it on the short hop and gets the out at first. A quiet first for both starting pitchers. No score after 1.
Day 1 storm, and it was beautiful. Look, see the sights that you like.
AT&T covers 97% of all Americans. This summer, get the exclusive Samsung Stride for just $19.99, only from AT&T.
Come in now for Chili's new handmade burgers with fries starting at just $5.99. Like the Rojo Burger with smoky hickory sauce, the new Avocado Burger, or the Ultimate Stacked. The perfect burger with fries starting at just $5.99. Right now, only at Chili's. Every weeknight at 5:30, only one show covers Chicago sports the right way. Chicago Tribune Live. Join host David Kaplan in a nightly roundtable. Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Harris Bank. Tonight at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
After battling the elements for 128 years,
our wood stains can handle pretty much anything. Cabot, our performance is legendary.
Next Tuesday, June 29th, is Clear Night at Wrigley Field. Don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Pirates at 7:05. And be sure to stop by the Clear booth inside Gate D at the stadium from 5 to 7 for an autograph session with Randy Hundley. Also want to send out special birthday wishes. Happy 16th to Dina Helly's Sarah, the daughter of Jose Serra, Cubs Latin America coordinator. Dina Helly's 16 years old. That's a big one.
Yeah, Dad's going to have to spring for a car.
Bounced foul by Derek Lee. An 0-2 count. You mentioned this to me before we hit the air. Cliff Lee last night had 19 0-2 counts.
I mean, I knew it was a lot, but I didn't realize it was that many until I saw the stat in the paper this morning. I don't know if I've ever seen a performance quite like that, where 19 times he had the opposing hitter in an 0-2 count. You win a lot of ball games doing that.
No, it started 0-2. Now it's full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. A struggle for Derek at 230 on the year and just 192 over his last 21. Had a nice stretch here recently during which he hit for some home run power, but just 1 for 8 in this series.
Watch Comcast Sportsnet Cubs game replays on demand with Xfinity TV from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Another 3-2 and a base hit to right. Good battle there by Derek.
Sometimes you have to give in and go the opposite way, especially against a tough pitcher. That's a fastball down below the knees toward the outside corner, and D-Lee just pokes it through that right side for a base hit. Nicely done.
Tyler Colvin's playing center. And he looks at a strike. Last year, Felix Hernandez won 19 games, tied for the most wins in baseball. That's feathered out in the left and a base hit for Colvin. We've seen this before. Let's see if the Cubs can capitalize.
We saw the numbers for Tyler Colvin in limited playing time. It's only been recently that he's been getting consistent at bats, but it's really a marvel that the young man is able to string together the kind of at bats he has with the sporadic playing time he's been seeing.
In 3 different innings last night, the Cubs had 2 on with no outs and did not score. They have 2 on with nobody out here in the second today. Nady's in left. Mariners in double play depth all around. And that is knocked down by Hernandez. The flip to second for 1. Relay save. It almost turned a double play. Hernandez got a glove on it. Fancy flip by Figgins to Jack Wilson, and they almost doubled up Xavier Nady.
The ball was smoked back up the middle of the field in self-defense. Hernandez just got a glove on it enough to slow the ball down, giving his second baseman an opportunity. And at least on the first replay, it looked like the Cubs caught another break over there at first base. Figgins with the no-look toss to Jack Wilson. It looked like maybe X did beat it. Very, very close.
Well, Nady had a really rough night last night. 2 double plays, 2 strikeouts, but able to break up that double play. And it's Mike Fontenot with Lee now at third and Nady at first. Lopez in on the grass at third. Double play depth up the middle. Fly ball to center. Gutierrez going back on it. This will get Derek in. And it'll be a sac fly for Fontenot. It's 1-0 Cubs.
For the first time in this 3-game series, the Cubs fans here at Safeco Field have something to cheer about. Mike Fontenot got a pitch up. He lifted it high in the air to deep center field. A lot of room to roam out there, but fortunately hit it deep enough for Derek Lee to tag and score easily.
So this ties the most runs the Mariners have allowed in any game over their last 6. They have not allowed more than 1 run during this winning streak. Here's Chad Tracy with 2 outs. Cubs will have to make a decision tomorrow as Aramis Ramirez will come back from the disabled list. And it'll be on his 32nd birthday. The indication seems to be the Cubs will not mess with the pitching staff. Will remain at 12, so a position player will have to go.
You've mentioned the last couple days, Len, the Cubs don't have an off day between now and the All-Star break, and those are the kind of stretches of the season where you want to make sure you've got enough arms in that bullpen if necessary. If we happen to be in a stretch of the season where the Cubs had maybe a couple or 3 off days over that stretch, you might see the pitching staff go down to 11 and keep the extra position player to give Lou some more versatility off the bench.
Ball is outside. 3-1 to Tracy. 1 for 2 lifetime against Hernandez.
Well, I'm not sure if this is going to be a factor in the ball game today, but keep in mind Hernandez uncorked 17 wild pitches last year. He's already thrown 8 this season, and we've talked about Rob Johnson's difficulties in blocking balls behind home plate.
Josh Wilson fields and steps on first. Fontenot with a sac fly, and the Cubs lead 1-0 midway in the second.
It's another perfect day out here today.
Can I get you anything else?
We gotta get back to work.
On the move. We even saw a kid taking a bath in a water fountain. Whoa, I spoke too soon. This just in. A freak storm is blowing into the area. We're going to be experiencing hurricane-force winds and dense fog, followed by sheets of driving rain. Stay inside, hunker down, grab a beer. This is going to be a long one.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be here.
We're receiving reports of hail the size of... Oh, boy.
Your wallet is filled with valuable things. Your identity, your money, your credit, even your memories. But if you ride, the most valuable thing in your wallet is your Law Tigers Biker Benefit Card. Because with this card and the Law Tigers, you never ride alone. The Law Tigers, Chicagoland's injury lawyers who ride.
Introducing Suzuki's free gas for summer event. Suzukis are built for fun, and they get great gas mileage. So how can Suzuki fuel your fun even more? We can give you free gas for the whole summer. Right now, buy any Suzuki, including the amazing all-new Kizashi Sports Sedan. And Suzuki will give you free gas all summer long. For the free gas for summer event, visit your local Suzuki dealer today. Now get 0% financing on all new Suzuki models. Hurry in.
CSNChicago.com is your internet home for everything Cubs. Catch Lou's post-game remarks after every game. Get behind-the-scenes access with in-depth stories, insider blogs, and exclusive video. Visit CSNChicago.com, your internet home for everything Cubs. Ted Lilly working with a 1-0 lead. Jose Lopez, the third baseman, shows bunt and takes fastball out of the zone. Ball 1. 239 average, but working on a 7-game hitting streak. Inside corner, 1-1. It's fouled away. Gutierrez and Wilson to follow. Lots of other matinee action around baseball, including the Cubs' next opponent, the White Sox, scoreless against the Braves in the 8th. They try to sweep that series. And the team the Cubs are tied with in the National League Central, Milwaukee, leading at home over the Twins 5-0. As they try for the sweep and their 4th straight. They're in the late innings in that game. Two and two.
Prince Fielder and Ricky Weeks with home runs in that Brewers game. Prince started to heat up a little bit. 14 on the season.
Bob and I will have the call tomorrow on the south side here on Comcast Sportsnet. Games at 3 as the BP Crosstown Cup continues. 2 o'clock pregame. Special edition of Chicago Tribune Live at 1 kicks off our Cubs White Sox coverage. A pop-up. See if Tracy has room right in front of his dugout. He does. So Ryan Dempster racing over to help out.
Yeah, you expect to get help on your side of the field. Derek Lee probably can't hope for the same from that first base dugout, but a couple of Chad Tracy's teammates jumping off all their seats to get ready to catch him if he flipped over that railing. Not necessary that time.
Gutierrez with a big series, game-winning homer Tuesday, 2 hits and a run last night. They got him from Cleveland prior to 2009. Signed originally by the Dodgers out of Venezuela 10 years ago. Hooks that one into the left field corner. And Nady with a nice one-hop throw right on the bag to keep Gutierrez to a long single. That's the best throw I think Xavier Nady has made as a Cub.
He's showing more arm strength. He's been working hard, playing a lot of long toss in the outfield, and gets that one back to the bag in good shape to hold Gutierrez to a long single. Nicely done. Good to see. Xavier Nady's been a good outfielder throughout his career, with the exception of the early part of this season and the throwing arm problems. But if he gets his arm strength back, he's going to be a very usable piece for the rest of the year.
Called strike on Josh Wilson. I mentioned the appearances on the mound. He has made a 1-inning appearance for 3 different major league teams: Tampa Bay, Arizona, and San Diego.
I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. I mean,
not for the team.
Not for the team, but even for the player. If you get branded as the utility player who's going to pitch in a blowout game because maybe we're not as concerned if he gets injured as if somebody else gets injured, you certainly don't want to have that label.
And they have Gutierrez, maybe. No, he's going to get in. That's happened to Ted before. They had Gutierrez picked off, but it takes Ted a little while to get the ball to the first baseman. It's 2 throws to get a speedy guy, and Gutierrez simply beat it.
Took off on first movement. Derek Lee's throw to second base, unfortunately, was high enough to give Gutierrez just enough room to get in under the tag. But I love that pop-up slide at second base. Always gives the umpire the illusion that you're to the bag quicker than you really are. You can buy yourself some of those close calls at second and third base with that pop-up slide. He extends that right foot out there and actually comes up out of his slide about 6 inches before he gets to the base.
Well, that could be significant. He's now in scoring position. 2 strikes on Wilson. The kick and the pitch. Golfed out to Fukudome. This will keep Gutierrez at second. 2 down.
Next Wednesday, June 30th, is Six Flags Day at Wrigley Field. Don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Pirates at 1:20. Come to Six Flags Day for your chance to meet Mr. Six and win free passes to Six Flags Great America and Hurricane Harbor. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Now, Mr. 5 is going to be there Tuesday and Mr. 7 on Thursday, but we encourage you to come out on Wednesday to meet Mr. 6.
Johnson fouls back.
You know, Len, it seems like we've had a lot of quirky baseball occurrences over the last couple of weeks, and that stolen base by Gutierrez unfortunately will go on the throwing record of Coy Hill, even though Coy Hill never touched the baseball. That's not quirky, that's just wrong.
I would agree with that. Johnson checked his swing and rolled it foul. Former Cub Mike Brumley down at first base. Switch hitter, played short. Really played about everywhere. Called strike 3. So Ted gave up that stolen base, but got out of the inning with no damage done. Cubs lead after 2, 1-0.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. Get closer to the field on game day.
How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family-owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
It's Highland Toyota's summer clearance. We have to move over 1,500 vehicles. New 2010 Corolla LEs, $15,990, or lease $189 a month. New 2011 Camry LEs, $19,990, or lease $239 a month. Take a flat $3,000 off MSRP on any Tacoma 4x4 extended cab or double cab. Take a flat $3,500 off MSRP on new Prius number 4s. Highland Toyota's summer clearance on John Deere Road and 53rd Street, Moline.
Legendary performance on this date 6 years ago. The Rangers beat the Mariners 9-7 in 18 innings. Alfonso Soriano with a 2-run game-ending homer to win it. Fonzie on the bench today. Coy Hill takes strike one. And he takes strike two. Cubs, this is their 19,998th regular season game since the franchise started back in 1876. So they're scheduled to reach 20,000 major league regular season games and be the first major league club to do so on Saturday against the White Sox. As a franchise well over 500, 10,196 wins, 9,641 losses. And also Saturday, the 50th anniversary of Ron Santo's major league debut back in 1960. Coy went around, and that's the second strikeout for Hernandez. And you can help Ron celebrate 50 years of major league service. Coming up on the next homestand, he will be honored prior to Monday's game against the Pirates. He'll throw out the ceremonial first pitch. The Pirates, that was a team he played against, I believe, in his debut. He'll conduct the stretch on July 1st, and a limited number of $10 bleacher seats are available throughout the homestand. For more information, visit Cubs.com. And you can enter the promo code Santo when purchasing bleacher tickets on Cubs.com.
And not surprisingly, since Ron was born and raised here in Seattle, I've seen more Santo jerseys here at Safeco Field than anywhere other than Wrigley.
To Kosuke, who struck out to start the contest. That's crushed deep to right, but he was out in front. Home run distance.
Kosuke's had some good swings at the Hernandez fastball. Usually when you see a guy pull a fastball that far foul down the right field line, the opposing team comes back with some kind of an off-speed pitch, but Hernandez just keeps pumping that fastball in there. There's another one. And Hernandez has a really good changeup. It's his second most used pitch after his fastball. I mentioned earlier he'll show a curve from time to time and an occasional slider to a right-handed hitter, but everything works off that fastball and changeup.
Ball four, just missed. Good bat for Fukudome. And he becomes a one-out base runner. Terrio coming up. Yeah, Ron actually made his big league debut at Forbes Field on June 26th, 1960. And played in both games of a doubleheader. Knocked in 5 runs in the twin bill. Went 3 for 7. Great way to start a Hall of Fame caliber career. Runner was going. Wilson cannot beat Fukudome to the bag. Josh Wilson able to keep his foot on first base, so they get Terrio, not Kosuke. So the Cubs stay out of the double play.
Yeah, Lou playing a little hit and run here with a rare lead in a ball game. Unfortunately, Terrio hits the ball back up the middle of the field. You know, one or both defenders is going to be breaking to cover second base. In this case, it was a shortstop, Jack Wilson. But Fukudome able to beat him to the bag at second. The only out the Mariners could get was Theriot at first.
See if Bird can knock in a run. The Menards big lumber stat. He has been sizzling on the road. 9-game hitting streak. 20 hits over this stretch on the road. Swing and a miss. Good slider from Hernandez. That's a fair ball, and Lopez showing a nice arm as he was well behind third base. 1 out walk, no runs. 1-0 midway in the third.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch. Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
1980, he built a wall with Pink Floyd. 1990, he tore it down in Berlin. Now, 2010, he returns with his masterpiece of rock theater, Roger Waters' The Wall. Due to overwhelming demand, a fourth show added, Friday, September 24th at United Center. Tickets on sale Monday morning at 10 at LiveNation.com, Ticketmaster.com, Ticketmaster outlets, or by phone. Roger Waters, The Wall.
Tomorrow and Sunday, the BP Crosstown Cup continues.
White Sox, Chicago Cubs. On Comcast. Comcast Sportsnet. Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Plan your next corporate function or family gathering in the comfort of the Wrigley Field Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments. Suites are available now for games during the season. To book your suite or for more info, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-4200. Play Jumpin' Jack Flash for Jack Wilson here like they did in Pittsburgh. I've been listening for it. I don't think I've heard it. I guess a little easier to hear in Pittsburgh because there weren't as many people making noise to drown it out.
And he hasn't exactly been jumping Jack Flash since coming here to Seattle, hitting .244 going into play today. Usual stellar defense at shortstop, but a tough go at the plate.
A body part making it foul. This is Ted Lilly's first appearance here since he was a Blue Jay back on September 11th of 2006. And on the site of one of his 5 career games in which he's had a no-hitter into the 7th. He was a Yankee on April 27th, 2002. No hits in the first 7 1/3. This is going to land untouched. A complete game 1-hitter for Ted in that ball game.
One thing we know about Jack Wilson, once you get to 2 strikes, you don't necessarily have to throw him another strike to get him out. He's only drawn 1 base on balls in 28 games here in Seattle this year.
It's the second game off the DL. Called strike 3. Throws him with a fastball.
Throws him with a fastball because he has a curveball reputation. Ted Lilly throughout his career is widely known by opposing hitters to throw that big 12-6 curveball, especially in those 2-strike counts. That time just snuck a fastball right down the middle of the plate for strike 3.
Saunders drove in half their 8 runs last night from the 9 spot in the lineup. Bases loaded walk to give them the lead. An RBI double in the 6th. And a loud 2-run homer off a lefty, Sean Marshall, in the 8th.
Lou was talking about the walk that Saunders drew against Randy Wells last night, forcing in a run and extending the inning for Ichiro, who came up with the big base hit up the middle of the field to drive in 2. Yeah, the walk to the number 9 hitter, possibly the turning point in that ball game last night, and it went south in a hurry after that.
Colvin with plenty of room to roam.
As Ichiro makes his way to the plate, it's time for our Coors Light freeze cam. An unusual play in the ball game last night as Ichiro tries to bunt for a base hit. Randy Wells got to the ball in good shape. What happened at the other end? Well, we're going to show you right here. Ichiro got his foot between Xavier Nady's glove and the baseball. The ball actually hit the front corner of the bag and stayed right there. A bunt base hit for Ichiro. Brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
He is climbing up the career hit chart. With his next hit, he will tie Herman Long for 201st on the all-time list. 21-29. He's 3 away from Buddy Meyer at 200. In this series, he has passed Mike Piazza. He's thrown a lot of strikes here early. These guys have matched up quite a bit over the years. Brady playing shallow out in left, barely had to move to make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Ted Lilly looking good early. Cubs lead 1-0 after 3.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 13 daily nonstop flights from Chicago Midway to the Boston area. Now bags fly free 13 times a day. Grab your bag, it's on.
Hi, I'm Luna.
I'm the other guy. Look at you all happy with your low price guarantee.
Well, our customers are happy. They love saving money with Luna.
Saving schmaving. Bet Luna can't do this.
Nope. We just love saving people money. Right now, get free installation, free financing, free pad upgrade, free flooring removal, and free measuring. Wow, your customers will be impressed. With Luna, there's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
Line change.
Harris congratulates the Chicago Blackhawks, 2010 Stanley Cup champions.
Try this.
Harris congratulates the Chicago Blackhawks, Stanley Cup champions.
Last season, Bellator crowned 4 champions. Now, 32 warriors will battle over 12 weeks for the right to fight them. Bellator Fighting Championships. The tournament continues tonight.
This 4th inning is brought to you by 4th Meal from Taco Bell. Open 1 a.m. or later. Derek Lee led off the second with a single and later would score on the Mike Fontenot sac fly. That's the only run to date. We begin the 4th as Derek is pushed off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Felix Hernandez from Valencia, Venezuela. Derek wanted time, didn't get it. That's all right. Ball 2. It seemed to mess up the pitcher.
And that rule is designed to protect the pitcher so they don't injure themselves trying to stop their throwing arm when they see that batter out of the box. It used to be that any time a hitter requested timeout, they were granted timeout, but umpires have been instructed that if that pitcher is far enough along in his delivery, you don't have to grant timeout to the batter at the plate.
Chad Fairchild back there today. Hernandez grew up idolizing Freddie Garcia, also from Venezuela. He was with the Mariners at the time, and that's why Hernandez wears number 34. That's what Garcia wore when he was a Mariner. He strikes out Lee.
Like a straight changeup down low and away from Derek Lee. I'll tell you, if he throws that pitch in that spot, it's going to be tough sledding for the Cubs offense the rest of the day. He hasn't had great command of his changeup in the early going. That's the best one we've seen so far.
Yeah, Hernandez really patterned his pitching style after Freddie Garcia, and they called him Little Freddie when he signed with the Mariners, but now he's King Felix. 0-2 on Colvin. Just got under it. Ichiro drifting over on the warning track. He has it.
Well, we were talking before the ball game, Len. I know this city and this stadium has really jumped up in your rankings of places to visit during the summer.
I love it. Great downtown. Obviously the weather has cooperated. I know they have a roof here, but I don't care to ever see it on.
Yeah. And this roof here at Safeco is very unique. It's not actually connected to the stadium itself. I don't know how else to describe it other than it's almost like an umbrella that you can spread out across the playing field. You still feel the conditions, you just don't feel the precipitation.
Back by Nady. Yeah, this is a very nice setup. Excellent baseball town. The expansion Mariners started up in 1977. There still might be a few Pilots fans wandering around Seattle. They were only here for 1 year. As Nady keeps the inning alive with a solid single to right.
That seems to be the approach against Hernandez, especially once you get to 2 strikes. Be willing to go to the opposite field. Derek Lee, Tyler Colvin, now Xavier Nady. The 3 hits the Cubs have all been to the opposite field.
Fontenot knocking in the only run with a sacrifice fly in the second. Shannon and Dee are huge Cub fans. They're here, and they wanted us to say hi to Kathy. cheering on the Cubs in North Carolina. Two and one to Mike.
You mentioned it earlier, Len. The Cubs intending to go with 12 pitchers when Aramis Ramirez comes off the disabled list tomorrow. That makes every at-bat for everybody extremely important today. Jeff Baker's had the start at third base the last 2 nights. Chad Tracy in there today. Mike Fondo getting a start at shortstop for Starlin Castro. We don't know what the roster move is going to be.
Saunders makes the grab in fair territory. The Cubs lead 1, and they have a 1-0 lead.
Find indoor and outdoor storage solutions at Menards. Suncast storage buildings have a durable, weather-resistant resin construction, molded shake-style roof, and include the floor. The Highland storage unit has 395 cubic feet of storage, $644. Organize your closets with Rubbermaid. Choose from the best selection of wardrobe, linen, and free slide wire shelving. All open stock wire shelving is 15% off. 50 years of dedication to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
You're going to have to miss the game tonight.
Are you out of your mind? That call is horrible. Terrible. Horrible. Terrible. Horrible.
Boyle and Shinowski stand up for the fans. Catch us on Sports Night and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
You're a disgrace to the profession. A disgrace.
Every weeknight at 5:30, only one show covers Chicago sports the right way. Chicago Tribune Live. Join host David Kaplan in a nightly roundtable. Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Harris Bank. Tonight at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
They're everywhere. The Len and Bob fan club. All one member of them. Can you name the only player in Major League Baseball history with a hyphenated last name? It's our AT&T trivia question today. I actually know the answer to this when they actually call this gentleman Hyphen. A little easier than pronouncing his whole name.
Mariners excited to welcome Doug Fister back to their rotation this weekend in Milwaukee. Currently on the disabled list. Shoulder fatigue. He's still leading the league in ERA. He was when this series started. You know what? He is not on the list, which would lead me to believe he doesn't have enough innings to qualify. Cliff Lee, with his outing last night, has taken the lead, 239.
And I believe left-hander Eric Bedard is not far away from returning to the major leagues. He had an outing down in Arizona and is scheduled to have at least one, maybe two more minor league rehab outings before he'll be activated.
1-2 on Sean Figgins. Sweeney and Lopez also in this inning. Look by Ted, and another 1-2 on the way. A little bit high. Cubs wrapping up interleague play this weekend, 6-8 currently against the AL. Texas 11-3 versus the National League. The White Sox are 12-2. They've done a lot of damage against the other league. Dodgers are 2-9. Not hit hard, and Terry off balance. Did all he could. And Sean Figgins has an infield hit. That was excruciatingly slow. Pop up beyond the mound, and Terrio able to field it but not get an out.
Grown man hit this ball. Full swing, floats it out there about 120 feet up the middle of the field. No chance for Terrio to get the speedy Sean Figgins, and keep an eye on him over there at first base. He can run. 15 out of 19 on the season in stolen base attempts.
And stole one last night. Sweeney the DH. And Figgins trying to read that Ted Lilly move. Mike Sweeney, a 5-time All-Star. He's dealt with a lot of injury problems. Back in 06 with Kansas City. Bulging disc in his upper back, missed over 3 months. Back spasms, right knee surgery the following year. With Oakland in 08, surgeries on both knees. And we mentioned the lower back issues he was having this year. Put him on the DL. Bob, your train is here.
It'll be a long ride back to Chicago on that train. One of the local touches they have here at Safeco Field. That train is right behind the right field portion of the ballpark, and with the open air underneath the roof out there, you can clearly hear the train whistle when they go by.
I'd be curious to know. I don't know the answer. You know, Mike Sweeney has been on the DL at least once every year since 2002. That's 9 consecutive years spending time on the disabled list. And that includes 3 60-day DL stints. Ooh.
Yeah, sometimes those DL stints can be explained by the way a guy plays the game. Sometimes guys play with reckless abandon, running into sidewalls, running into outfield walls, banging into infielders at second base, and those are the guys that tend to find their way to the disabled list through no fault of their own, just because of their style of play.
And I would have to think guys with the chronic back issues probably have more issues in other places than other guys do. It just seems to be a cumulative effect. And a balk. You know what's weird about that balk? None of the umpires called it immediately because it was so obvious. And finally, Chad Fairchild said balk. I mean, that's as easy a call as there is. We saw one with Carlos Marmol recently, but he was slipping on the mound in the rain. This one, he just didn't throw it.
I had to watch Sweeney there because the batter is not allowed to cause a balk. If the batter steps out of the batter's box or does something out of the ordinary in the box to cause the pitcher to stop his delivery, it's not a balk. But Sweeney did not do anything out of the ordinary that time in that right-handed batter's box.
Fights it off 1-2.
Ted was working so hard to keep Figgins close over there at first base and make sure he didn't get a big jump and steal a base, and he ends up balking him to second base. out. That ball went right through the backstop in that area where the home plate camera moves from side to side depending on right-handed batter or left-handed batter, and it went right through the netting next to the camera. Heads up back there.
And as you know, it can hit the person, just protect the camera.
Yeah, protect the equipment.
Now, I do not know Mike Sweeney. I don't know how much you've been around him, but he is pretty much widely considered the nicest human being in the history of Major League Baseball. Tony Muser nicknamed him Reverend in Kansas City because of his polite demeanor. There are a few other guys we might put on that list, but yeah, you hear nothing but great things about Mike Sweeney.
Well, and if you're the Seattle Mariners manager Don Wakamatsu right now, you like Sweeney because he's still trying to hit the ball to the right side of the field with a 2-strike count. His last couple of swings resulting in foul balls were designed to drive that ball to the opposite field, trying to get Figgins to third base with nobody out.
Terrio has to keep close at second. And watch Figgins now. He backpedals to his normal spot, and that is into the left field corner. Figgins could walk home, and Sweeney ties it up with an RBI double. That's a professional hitter right there, a guy who was trying to hit the ball the other way, but did the quick calculation on a ball he could turn on, and he did a lot of damage with it.
A fastball on the inner third of the plate, just above the knees. You know, we talk all the time about hitters and hitting coaches talking to hitters and telling them to trust their hands. Think from the middle of the plate away and trust that you'll be quick enough to turn on a pitch that's on the inside part of the plate. And that was a perfect example right there by Mike Sweeney, looking to hit the ball to right field, but when he got a pitch inside, he was quick enough to turn on it and double down into the corner.
So it's 1-1 and still nobody out. Low and inside on Lopez. This feels a little bit like last night. Let's see if Ted Lilly can stop it here. Something Randy Wells could not do in a 4-run fourth. Ted had his best start of the year and then his worst. Base hit to right. Sweeney stopping at third. Lee Tinsley all the way down the line to get a good angle on it. Not going to take a chance with nobody out. They're at the corners for Gutierrez.
And Sweeney's been a good hitter throughout his career, but not the swiftest of runners. He got a slow jump off of second base. Kosuke charging the ball hard in right field, as he always does. Got rid of it quickly and held Sweeney at third base.
Well, last night it was 4 consecutive singles to get the Mariners going, and then that devastating bases loaded walk. Today they've used 3 consecutive hits, a balk, and they have him at the corners in a tie game with nobody out. There's a strike. And Franklin Gutierrez. Fantastic defensive center fielder.
And once again, with Sweeney at third base, not a fast base runner, I wouldn't expect any kind of trickery from the Mariners. We've seen teams in the past with Ted Lilly and that slow pickoff move to first. Send that runner home from third base as Ted picks up his leg and throws a pickoff move to first. Especially with nobody out in the inning. 2 outs, they might try something like that, but I don't think you're going to see it.
With all the advanced metrics that are out there, you have a better way of kind of evaluating the whole package, offense, defense. And Franklin Gutierrez brings a lot to the table with his defense in terms of preventing runs.
Well, I don't disagree that he's an outstanding defensive center fielder. We don't see him obviously as much as the people here in Seattle do. I find it hard to believe anybody plays a better center field than Marlon Byrd has this season.
Ted needs a strikeout here. The 1-2 on the way, and Gutierrez able to hang in. And you're right, Bob. According to Fangraphs, looking at Marlon Byrd, he has been very, very good in center. Not only what we've seen, but the numbers also would indicate that. Ooh, where was it? 2-2.
So to nibble away at that outside corner with the big breaking ball. That's one that hitters say breaks around the plate. Never really got to that outside corner. Tried the same pitch again, same result, just left it out there a little bit too far.
We'll see what Lopez does. Nobody out. So they might be a little bit more conservative here with that runner at first. Even a double play would give them the lead. Lopez not running. Called strike 3. Gutierrez a little bit too patient in that at bat.
Three strikeouts in the game for Ted Lilly.
Borderline, but it was a better pitch than the last two.
It was closer.
I think he said to Chad Fairchild, I'm going to keep throwing it till you call it. It was a harder breaking ball. Took the lead on a sac fly by Mike Fontenot in the second. The Mariners have tied it here in the fourth on an RBI double from Mike Sweeney. Kick the 0-1. It's low. The White Sox won again. Paul Konerko with a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th. That was it. White Sox 2, Braves nothing. So the Cubs will go into that series tomorrow with the White Sox having won 9 in a row. Braves had 2 hits today. Floyd Putz, who got the win, and Jenks, who got the save. of a sudden, Bob, the White Sox are within 2.5 of Minnesota. The Twins shut out in Milwaukee 5-0. So things can change pretty quickly. Tip and 2 strikeouts for Lilly. Still not out of the woods, but close. Well able to hang on to that one for a big strikeout.
And this is where Ted Lilly's feel for pitching really comes in. Instead of trying to throw harder to go for the strikeout, he goes a little softer that time. Got more break on that curveball. We saw him miss just off the plate twice to Gutierrez. That time took a little bit more off, made it more of an off-speed pitch, and he did get it to the outside corner for strike 3.
Rob Johnson. Ball 1. The White Sox have now picked up 7 full games in the standings over the last 15 days.
Wow.
Well, they're ready to be cooled off. Foul pop. And we get about 8 rows back.
And the amazing thing is, when we played the White Sox a week or so ago at Wrigley Field, the people we talked to from the organization felt the same way about the Sox that I think most Cub fans feel about the Cubs. When are they going to start hitting? When are they going to start winning some ball games? This club doesn't look like they have any life. They don't look like they have any fire, but they have gone out and been red hot.
Talking about trading away some veterans. 1 and 2.
Rob Johnson doesn't agree with home plate umpire Chad Fairchild, but once again, Ted Lilly taking a little more off of that curve ball, making the break a little bit bigger and able to get it to the outside corner. Was supposed to be a pickoff attempt at first base. Peeked in at Coy Hill's signs right there. I thought he gave him the kind of flip the thumb sign, which is an indication he wants a pickoff attempt at first base, and Ted threw the pitch to home plate. You see Coy wants a fastball up, and it's down. The location was poor, but even before that, I think that was supposed to be a pickoff at first.
I heard Ted yell at himself after that pitch. At any rate, the 2-2 is clubbed high and foul. Well, looking around the park, this might be the biggest crowd of the series.
And only a few empty seats in the very far reaches of the upper deck. The lower bowl, the second deck, completely filled all the way around.
And over 31,000 last night. Another 2-2. Tap to Lilly. And he gets out of the inning. They do tie it, but they had him at first and third with nobody out and didn't get the lead. 1-1 after 4.
It's a great day. You just landed your dream job. So you decide to celebrate with friends. I only had a few drinks, you tell yourself as you get behind the wheel. But you forgot that cops are out day and night, writing safety belt citations and arresting impaired drivers. Remember, years of hard work can be wiped away with one bad decision. Think first. You drink and drive, you lose. This message brought to you by the Illinois Department of Transportation, Division of Traffic Safety.
Tomorrow and Sunday,
Toyota customers are extremely loyal. In fact, Toyota's great fuel efficiency and dependability have helped earn Toyota the highest owner loyalty of any vehicle manufacturer. Lease the 2010 Corolla with 0 down and 0 drive-off for just $199 a month. Or lease the 2010 RAV4 with 0 down and 0 drive-off for just $249 a month. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, moving forward.
Enjoy a beautiful lawn for years to come with Simplicity tractors and mowers from B&B Lawn Equipment and Cyclery. We've been selling Simplicity equipment in Geneseo since the 1940s, and many of those same machines are still going strong today. The exclusive Simplicity mower features infinite height of cut control and an innovative free-floating mower deck for a clean, smooth, precise cut. Discover the way to a beautiful lawn with Simplicity tractors and mowers from B&B Lawn Equipment and Cyclery.
Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Let's answer the AT&T trivia question. The only player in Major League history with a hyphenated surname is a current Mariner, Ryan Roland Smith. And he will pitch tomorrow night in Milwaukee.
Yeah, according to Stats Inc., there are over 17,000 baseball players listed in the MLB database, and Roland Smith, the only one with a hyphen in his last name, hence everybody calls him Hyphen.
He is from Australia. So a 1-1 tie. Chad Tracy takes ball one from Felix Hernandez. This all-time series knotted up at 4 apiece. Only the third ever regular season series. Two and one. Bob, congratulations to a former Cub, good friend of yours, one of your former players, Luis Gonzalez, who will be the first Arizona Diamondback to have his jersey number retired, number 20.
And congratulations to Gonzo.
Called strike three. Nasty stuff from Hernandez. Text footlong to 53695. If you are the 500th texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway. Gonzo played 8 years for the D-backs, the club leader in just about every offensive category. Diving stop, Josh Wilson, terrible throw. And Coy Hill is on. Well, Josh Wilson playing his first game at first base. He created his own error.
Yeah, one of the things you learn as a first baseman is you don't throw to the pitcher, you throw to the base and let the pitcher run into the ball. The ball was well behind Hernandez, who was over to first base in good shape, but couldn't make the adjustment to catch that errant throw.
For some guys, that would have been a hit because he wouldn't have even gotten to the ball, but he got to it and threw it away. Casey Kochman on a record errorless streak at first base. Probably would have made that play, but Wakamatsu mixing it up here today with Josh Wilson at first. He gets more for offense. Got a right-handed batter against the lefty Lilly. And Kochman has struggled at the plate.
Well, that works out well for Kosuke Fukudome, a guy who has been right on Hernandez fastball in this game. Out in front of that changeup, however. You love to have that runner at first base with a left-handed pull hitter at the plate. Creates that big hole defensively on the right side of the infield.
To Kosuke.
Pitch fooled Kosuke, and I think it also fooled Chad Fairchild. That's a pretty good looking curveball right there. You see Rob Johnson set up pretty much right in the middle of the plate. It's not where he catches it, it's where it crosses the front of home plate. I think the Cubs caught another break there.
Gutierrez on the move. Waist high grab. Hill back to first.
Visit the official online shop of the Chicago Cubs at Cubs.com. Browse the largest selection of official gear, including the latest apparel, nostalgic memorabilia, and authentic classics for the whole family. Get your gear from the official source, the Cubs.com shop. Accept no substitutes.
Terrio with 2 outs. Breaking ball strike. Do you happen to read any of the quotes from Mark Grace and Paul O'Neill, the Yankees returning to Arizona, reaching up in the 0-1 World Series? That was Paul O'Neill's final big league action, Game 7. That's how his career ended. You could just kind of hear it as you read the comments, how much it still hurts.
Oh, hang with him, Paul.
Yeah, you're smiling over there as I tell you this devastating, crushing story. And Mark Grace was on the other side. Both are now in their respective broadcast booths.
Paul O'Neill was a very young player with the Cincinnati Reds when Lou Piniella was the skipper in Cincinnati. A very temperamental yet extremely talented hitter who really blossomed later in his career. Now, the book on Paul O'Neill used to be get him out his first at bat of the game and you might get him out all 4 or 5 because he'd be so upset with himself for making an out.
Terrio strikes out. The inning is over. An error, no runs. We're tied 1-1 halfway home.
This summer, go to your local retailer and pick up specially marked packages of Corona and Corona Light. If you find a custom-wrapped Corona bottle inside, you could win a Corona beach getaway of your own.
You know Mazda 6's residual value beats Camry and Altima? Cool. What's with the flag? You'll see. And it has more interior room. Beats them on horsepower, too.
Now I get it.
The fun-injected, fuel-efficient Mazda 6. Claim yours. Right now, move into a Mazda 6 with 0% APR financing for 60 months plus $500 APR cash. Zoom Zoom. Today, tomorrow, forever.
Do something about this heat.
Big ass pulling. Yeah. We're at 5th now. Be right there.
Don't just trust anybody to cool you down.
Those fellas sure were fast.
Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning at 866-4Seasons. For all the right reasons, Four Seasons.
Fisher here with a Coors Light Cold Blast Sports Night update. Here's a programming reminder. Stay right here after the Cubs and Mariners finish up their series for Cubs Postgame Live. Todd Hollandsworth and I will break down all the action from the Emerald City. Then David Kaplan hosts a star-studded panel on Chicago Tribune Live. Sports Night follows at 6:30. But now let's go back to the game with Len and Bob.
All right, Gail, thanks. Jack Wilson pops it up foul territory on the first pitch and no room for Coy Hill. 1-1 here in the last of the 5th. Ted Lilly moving up and pitching on normal rest because of Carlos Silva getting pushed back, and he's gone toe-to-toe so far with Felix Hernandez.
Yeah, so far so good. We've seen an adjustment in mid-game from Ted Lilly. I talked about it in his last half inning of work, taking a little more off of that breaking ball so he can get it closer to the strike zone and maybe get some swings and misses from these Mariners hitters. Well, it's so important to be able to make those adjustments. You may start the ball game and think you have certain pitches working well, but then you actually get out there on the game mound and find that maybe you're throwing the curveball a little too hard. Maybe you're taking too much off of your changeup, throwing too many fastballs over the middle part of the plate, and some pitchers have the ability to make the adjustment on the fly. Others don't.
grounder to Tracy. The Blackhawks are the 2010 Stanley Cup champions. Text champs to B-Hawks. That's 242-957 to join Blackhawks mobile and be entered to win a Stanley Cup champion street banner autographed by members of the Blackhawks team. That's champs to 242-957. Saunders pops up the bunt attempt. It'll get back beyond the netting. Hill setting up shop off the outside corner. The pitch is up. 1-1. Some rain in Philadelphia. Indians and the Phillies, but they're now in the bottom of the 8th, 12-3 Phillies. Right side, Terrio will catch it. Polanco had 4 hits in that game, or has 4 hits in the game that's not over yet, but the Phillies appear to be on their way. Tampa Bay beats San Diego 5-3. Matt Garza over Wade LeBlanc. Rafael Soriano got his 17th save for the Rays. So they avoided the sweep. Houston leading the Giants in the 9th 7-4 in Houston.
Let's just take a look at Ichiro Suzuki for his bunt base hit last night. Watch his front leg. Oh, actually, this is a swing. He lifts the leg up high. I'm sorry, this was before a swing. We're going to show you in a moment here if we have a chance.
Right field corner. It's a long run for Fukudome. Ichiro was cruising into second with a double.
Okay, let's try it again. Ichiro Suzuki bunting for a base hit. Watch his front foot. Never comes off the ground. He squares around and drops that bunt down the third baseline. And then this is the swing on the double. The front foot comes well up off the ground before swinging and driving that ball down into the right field corner. In poker terms, that's a tell. If you're a third baseman and you see Ichiro with both feet planted firmly on the ground and he doesn't pick up that front foot, you better start charging.
His 99th hit of the year. And the pitch to Sean Figgins, had a good rip at it. And a foul strike. That Milwaukee 5-0 shutout over the Twins. Giovanni Gallardo went the distance. A complete game. 5-hit shutout, no walks, 12 strikeouts. He also had 2 hits, including a double, and he scored twice. So an impressive sweep for Milwaukee over the AL Central leading Minnesota Twins. Texas Rangers GM John Daniels has to dye his hair. Not sure what color. But he made a bet with Elvis Andrus. And if we win 10 in a row, I'll dye my hair. Well, they have.
I think they asked what color was he going to dye his hair, and he said something I can cut off quickly tomorrow.
Off the plate inside. To end the inning. Ichiro doubled with 2 outs, but was stranded in scoring position.
Jeff just printed a bunch of flyers for his business. For the same cost, Clark's Dex One marketing consultant helped him target and market to ready-to-buy prospects. We call it the Dex Advantage. Clark calls it fantastic. Jeff, he's calling for more flyers. Your business can get all this by calling this 1-877-4DEX now.
When Ken's brakes started squeaking on the Edens, and Pam's check engine light came on near Michigan Avenue, and before Tom headed out to the lake house, they all came here. Midas. Total car care. Total customer care. That's the Midas touch.
Hey, volley for serve.
Friendly competition runs on Dunkin'? America runs on Dunkin' with our refreshing Culotta flavors. Enjoy an icy boost with our new blue raspberry flavor today. America runs on Dunkin'. Chill out with our watermelon or new blue raspberry Culotta for only $1.99.
Tomorrow and Sunday, the BP Crosstown Cup continues.
White Sox, Chicago Cubs. On Comcast. Comcast Sportsnet. Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Tomorrow, Comcast Sportsnet is your home for the BP Crosstown Cup. Tune in for CSN's in-depth coverage as Chicago's favorite showdown heads south. It all kicks off at 1 with a special edition of Chicago Tribune Live, Cubs, White Sox. Tomorrow at 1 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Carlos Zambrano against Jake Peavy in the opener. Marlon Byrd off the end of the bat foul. He's the DH today. 1-1 in the 6th. Carlos Silva and Freddie Garcia on Saturday night. And then Ryan Dempster versus John Danks on Sunday. Game you can also catch here on Comcast Sportsnet. Bird able to lay off the biting slider. 1-1.
I think Hernandez has thrown more breaking pitches to Marlon Byrd than the rest of the Cubs lineup put together. Apparently the Mariners' book on Marlon Byrd is to avoid the fastball, especially from the middle of the plate in, try to make him hit an off-speed pitch.
Hernandez made his major league debut at 19 in 2005. Youngest pitcher to start in his major league debut since Britt Burns of the White Sox way back in 1978. 3-2 with Lee on deck. Jack Wilson to Josh Wilson. Jack really slings it over there.
He definitely has a funny throwing motion for most shortstops, but it's been very effective for him. Gets rid of it quickly, very accurate with his throws.
Seattle Mariners pitching staff has been lights out. They have now given up 4 runs in the last 62 innings. That includes the run today. Rick Adair has to be the happiest guy in the ballpark. He's their pitching coach. Baby, reach.
Arms aren't that long.
Arms were about 10 feet long. He might have been able to catch it.
He just couldn't quite get out there far enough.
That fish net that Harry used to use. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. In case you're wondering, the all-time record, according to Elias, for fewest runs allowed through 7 games is 3. So the Mariners will not tie that record. They've given up 4. The major league record for consecutive games allowing 1 or no runs is 8, set by the Kansas City A's in 1966. So the Mariners are at 6 and counting. This is the 14th time any major league team has had 6 consecutive games or 1 or no runs allowed. Pretty incredible. And Colvin will be thrown out by Rob Johnson. 7 Ks for Felix Hernandez. Still 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 13 daily nonstop flights from Chicago Midway to the Boston area. Now bags fly free 13 times a day. Grab your bag, it's on.
Last season, Bellator crowned 4 champions. Now, 32 warriors will battle over 12 weeks for the right to fight them. Bellator Fighting Championships. The tournament continues tonight.
Get closer to the field on game day. And
keep the cool air inside in the summer and the warmer inside in the winter with new windows from Tracy Home Improvement. Let Tracy Home Improvement install new energy-efficient, maintenance-free windows to save you money all year long. Don't be fooled by too good to be true pricing. Call to see who is the best for less. All of our windows qualify for the energy tax credit.
Call me, Jim Tracy, for a free estimate and learn how to get up to $1,500 back in energy tax credits. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Call today.
Trust DHCU for loans for any reason, for any season. Whether starting off on your own or moving into your golden years, we have a loan to fit your needs. Apply online, by mail, or phone, and get a reply as quickly as possible, usually by the same day. So surf us, buzz us, or stop by. to find out how DHCU can improve the seasons of your life.
The third annual Road to Wrigley, presented by PNC Bank, returns to Wrigley Field on Wednesday, July 7th. With $2 parking and tickets starting at just $5, fans can get a major league feel for minor league prices. Don't miss the excitement with a famous chicken and fun prizes throughout the game. Order your tickets today at Cubs.com. Mike Sweeney tying the game with an RBI double in the fourth. We're at 1-1 here in the sixth. Holds his hands high as he gets set to hit. And he was trying to hit that one over the wall. 1-1.
Well, as you might expect for a team that plays half their games here at Safeco, they're not a big-time home run hitting team. Sweeney, Franklin Gutierrez, and Milton Bradley in a three-way tie for the team lead with 6 home runs each.
Well, the Cubs are getting good enough pitching going into today. Their June ERA 3.69, 6th best among all 30 teams, but they've gone just 7-12. Bullpen's ERA keeps going down every month. Right now at 3 in June. That guy certainly has helped out, Andrew Kashner. Still going back, but he's going to have room. Lopez extended his hit streak back in the 4th inning. So it's up to 8. Josh Wilson Lopez has played all 4 infield spots in his career. Most of his games at second base, but this year he's a third baseman. Catcher's mask still on, the hockey style mask. Catcher just leaves it on.
Yeah, I asked Coy about that a couple of years ago, and he said the visibility is so much better, and because the way the mask is configured, it's actually a little harder to get it off than the old school cage mask that catchers used to wear. So Coy and a lot of other catchers who feature the hockey style mask just leave it on.
Inner third, fastball for a strike to Gutierrez. In this game, the Mariners have 5, the Cubs with 3.
Yeah, Andrew Kashner has to be a little distracted with his college team, Texas Christian University, playing in the College World Series.
He's focused on this one at the moment. 1-1 after 6.
One down.
Two more to go. Let's go. Focus now.
Comcast Sportsnet has your back. Catch us on Sports Night and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Bingo.
Ever wonder if a picture could feel more like the real thing? We did. This changes the game. The Samsung 3D LED TV. Live sports in cutting-edge clarity. Colors as intense as the game itself. And 3D that brings it all home. That's the wonder of Samsung.
Last season, Bellator crowned 4 champions. Now, 32 warriors will battle over 12 weeks for the right to fight them. Bellator Fighting Championships. The tournament continues tonight.
Your store for big savings and outdoor projects, Menards. This Black & Decker 24-inch electric hedge trimmer features an extra-long dual blade that cuts up to 3/4-inch thick branches, just $59.99. Keep your grass in top shape with Spectracide Weed Stop for lawns. It kills over 200 kinds of weeds. Buy this 2-gallon tank sprayer for $14.88 and receive a 32-ounce bottle of Weed Stop concentrate free. 50 years of dedication to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Coming up later tonight, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities join host David Kaplan to discuss the day's hottest sports topics. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Harris Bank, tonight at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
We still love Lou here in Seattle. Talked throughout this series about all the success he had here in the 90s and early part of the last decade. Underway here in the 7th, a strike on Xavier Nady. Broke his bat. 0-2. Well, we're not that smart, but we got the attendance right. About 10,000 more than last night. 41,329 as the aforementioned Andrew Kashner gets loose in the visitors' bullpen. A great turnout today. Kids are out of school. Oh, weather is fantastic. Nady hit by a pitch. You'd rather get hit by a breaking ball in the wallet, as you often say. That was a fastball off his hands, but he's all right.
Yeah, somewhere around the hand or the wrist area. Looked like the left wrist got out there in front of that errant fastball that was running up and in. Oh, man, you always worry about those. I've talked about it many times. There's a lot of body parts you can get hit where you've got some padding. Unfortunately, the wrist area and the hand area is not one of them.
Remember, that came on an 0-2, so that's a big break for the Cubs. Hopefully not literally, as Fontenot sends it deep to left. Saunders will make the catch. Nady was almost to second, and then he retreats. Tracy has grounded out and caught looking on strikes in his second at bat. That kicks away from Johnson. And he talked about the wild pitches and the passed balls. And there's another one that got away from the catcher, and that could be huge. Should be a wild pitch.
Got number 9 on the season for Felix Hernandez. Just a breaking ball that ended up in the dirt. Johnson doesn't get in great position to block it. He just tried to pick it clean out of the dirt. And that will allow Nady to advance into scoring position here for Chad Tracy.
Up the middle, base hit. Nady's going to be sent, and he will score. Ball really slowed down as it got into the outfield grass and allowed Nady to get to the plate. Chad Tracy gives the Cubs a 2-1 lead.
Well, Cubs hitters have had their best success against Hernandez when they didn't try to do too much, either hitting the ball to the opposite fielder, in the case here of Chad Tracy going right back up the middle of the diamond. Yeah, fortunately that grass out there in the outfield is extremely thick and really slowed that ball down. I thought the Mariners were going to have a chance to at least have a play on Nady at the plate, but he was able to score without a play.
Boy, Hill fouls off, so that snaps their 6-game streak of allowing 1 or no runs. And that hit by pitch looming very large in this game. An 0-2 fastball up and in on Nady. And he eventually would come around to score the go-ahead run. Johnson able to knock this one down and keep Tracy at first. Well, maybe Lou can actually use the back end of his bullpen today the way he would like to with a lead. That has been very rare recently. Stretch time from Seattle. The Cubs get their second lead of the day. It's 2-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 57th President of the United States.
AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. This summer, get the exclusive Samsung Stride for just $19.99, only from AT&T.
We're always warmed up and ready to go. Catch us on Sports Night and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet fans' best friend.
Whoa. Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
How about we open up a whole can of Getting It Done and get this year's colors up on the wall this year? Let's get better prices and better paint. Let's break out the drop cloths, rollers, brushes, and tape. Let's start small, then go big, no matter what the budget. And when we're done, let's take a bow. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get $5 off any 1-gallon can of any Behr or Glidden paint.
Hey, Cub fans, this season it's easier than ever to find the seats you want or sell tickets to the games you can't make on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago Cubs. You'll find great seats and great service on StubHub all season. So go to StubHub.com and choose your seats today. Well, Chad Tracy with the go-ahead RBI single in the top of this 7th inning. Now, they didn't give Ted Lilly a lot of support, but enough. So he exits with a lead, has a chance for the win. And Andrew Kashner will work here in the 7th against 3 righties, at least that's who's scheduled. Josh Wilson, Rob Johnson, Jack Wilson for Seattle.
Kashner's been very good since his recall. And the one thing that's a little surprising, Kashner's been a big-time strikeout pitcher throughout his minor league career. The strikeout totals aren't where you would quite expect him, but he's still getting outs. That's the bottom line.
So let's see if the bullpen can make this hold up. Ted Lilly did not hurt himself today, didn't walk anybody. He did balk. Derek Lee, that's fair, able to knock it down. That's it. A cue shot. It had all kinds of spin on it. Derek could not make the catch, and Wilson is on.
Wow. Like that ball should have been caught. Jam shot floater down that first base line. Derek Lee tried to catch it in the air, just came up empty as he stabbed at the ball, and by the time he recovered, Wilson was on the bag.
So the leadoff man is on. Johnson already showing bunt. One of the reasons why Cashner threw over, so the Cubs could see what the Mariners had up their sleeve.
Don Wakamatsu has used the sacrifice bunt pretty liberally for an American League manager, but this will be Rob Johnson's first if he gets it down.
Throw to Terrio in time. Well, they had a pitching machine out here yesterday for early BP, and I don't know how fast it was, but it might have been upwards of 90, maybe even 95 miles an hour, and a lot of the Mariners hitters were trying to lay down bunts. That pitching machine was in front of the mound, and not every guy was laying down a good bunt.
No,
there were a few pop-ups.
Well, unfortunately, after you leave spring training, most teams, the only bunt attempts you get are the first couple pitches of batting practice that are floating up there at 60 miles an hour. And even I can get a bunt down at 60 miles an hour. So I think that's a good thing as a refresher course from time to time during the season. Try to bunt some pitches that are going to be at game speed.
Looks like it'll be a combo of Cashner and Marshall to get to Carlos Marmol, and I have a feeling if the score is the same in the 8th, Marmol will be getting ready to maybe get more than 3 outs.
I think you're right on with that one.
Inside, it's 3-1.
97. We've talked about it just about every Andrew Cashner appearance. The easy gas. Very nice fluid delivery, and the ball just explodes out of his hand.
That's line deep to left, and Nady is going to have to chase it down. In fact, it's going to bounce into the bullpen as the Mariners have tied it. Jack Wilson lining one over Xavier Nady. It's 2-2. Well, he got a fastball he could handle up in the count, 3-1.
And the pitch was down around the knees where Jack Wilson could handle it. He chases high fastballs but has trouble catching up to him. But even he can drop the barrel of the bat on a low fastball. That time a one-hopper over that left center field wall.
So they come back again to tie it up, and Ted Lilly will get a tough no decision. He'll remain at 2-6. Called strike on Saunders. Andrew Cashner just allowed his first major league run in his 8th career appearance. Now some damage control. 0-2. Ichiro will not get a chance to hit.
Well, that's just some electric heat right there from Cashner, right on the inside corner. Saunders just locked up.
They'll take their chances with Figgins. This might be the biggest no-brainer in the history of baseball. You don't pitch to Ichiro in this spot when all they need is a single to give them the lead.
Well, without looking, I would guess that Ichiro has received more intentional base on balls than any leadoff hitter in the game. This will be his 7th of the season.
There's ball 4. Ichiro is not the active singles leader. He's 4th on the list. Omar Vizquel with over 2,100 singles. Derek Jeter has over 2,000. Bud Rodriguez. But I'd say of this generation, Ichiro probably the best singles hitter in the game.
Well, and he gets a fair amount of infield hits and bunt hits every year as well.
Two on for Figgins, who's batting left-handed against the righty Cashner.
Yeah, this is the side of the plate you would much prefer to have him. Only a 200 hitter as a left-handed batter, 296 as a righty coming into play today.
Is ready, but you've got some righties coming up here. Mike Sweeney on deck. 3-1.
Figgins taking all the way, getting as much of an advantage to his team as he possibly can. Now on the full count, the runners will be in motion. I think this is a situation where Coy Hill didn't even want to give a sign. He didn't want Jack Wilson out there at second base staring in, possibly relaying location or pitch selection to the hitter at the plate, so he just went out and verbally told Cashner what he wanted him to throw.
Runners go, and a strikeout to end the inning. They do tie it on the Jack Wilson RBI double. It's 2-2 after 7.
Chevy Malibu was designed to catch the eye. But great design is also what you don't see, like dependability, the 100,000-mile 5-year powertrain warranty, and being named a Consumer's Digest Best Buy 2 years running. It's easy to see why over 1,000 people a day are switching to Chevy.
Now qualified lessees get a 39-month low-mileage lease on this Malibu LS for around $199 a month. Call for details.
matter where you ride, what you ride, or who you ride with, you can count on the Law Tigers. We've created a free valuable benefit card that motorcyclists can't afford to be without. Free legal advice, a $10,000 hit-and-run reward, a 24-hour accident hotline, but most importantly, peace of mind. Designed by riders for riders. The Law Tigers Biker Benefit Card. Available at your favorite motorcycle shop or online at lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, Chicagoland's injury lawyers who ride.
After the game, stick around for Sylvania Cubs post-game live. Submit your questions on csnchicago.com. You could get an answer live on air. Don't miss Sylvania Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. A 2-2 tie here in Seattle. Kosuke's had some good looks at Felix Hernandez. He has struck out, walked, and robbed of a base hit as he lined hard to center his last time up. And he stumbled out of the box, and I don't think he ran that hard. Nope. Obviously, he didn't see that Lopez had bobbled the ball at third, but if he had, he might have been able to beat it out.
Yeah, ball kind of chased him out of the batter's box. A fastball up and in. He tried to check his swing. A little stumble there, but then not the usual effort we see from Kosuke. That's not good. Dipped out of the strike zone. 1-0 Ontario, who is 0 for 3. Well, these two teams have played a lot of close games this year. Well documented, the Cubs have not played well in the tight ones, and a high throw, but Josh Wilson came down on the bag in time to save Lopez. 2 outs. Lopez is an adventure down there at third base. Nearly mishandled the Fukudome ball. This time almost threw it over Josh Wilson's head. Smooth as burlap. As silky as sandpaper. Yes, indeed. Marlon Byrd into the hole. Jack Wilson. What a play on both ends. Jack to Josh Wilson to get Marlon Byrd a very quick 1-2-3-8. That's a dandy right there. We're still tied.
It's another perfect day out here today.
Can I get you anything else?
We gotta get back to work. On the move. We even saw a kid taking a bath in a water fountain. Whoop, I spoke too soon. This just in. A freak storm is blowing into the area. We're going to be experiencing hurricane-force winds and dense fog, followed by sheets of driving rain. Stay inside, hunker down, grab a beer. This is going to be a long one.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be here.
We're receiving reports of hail the size of... Oh, boy.
Tomorrow and Sunday.
Quad City Spring, River Drive and 34th Street in Moline.
Enjoy a beautiful lawn for years to come with Simplicity tractors and mowers from B&B Lawn Equipment and Cyclery. We've been selling Simplicity equipment in Geneseo since the 1940s, and many of those same machines are still going strong today. The exclusive Simplicity mower features infinite height of cut control and an innovative free-floating mower deck for a clean, smooth, precise cut. Discover the way to a beautiful lawn with Simplicity tractors and mowers from B&B Lawn Equipment and Cyclery.
Hi everyone, Gail Fisher with the Chevy Sports Night Update. Stay with us for Cubs postgame live after the game and you can get involved. Our poll question today, Do you think Ichiro is a lock for Cooperstown? Yes, no, or he still has some work to do? Log on to CSNChicago.com, then visit the Cubs team page to cast your vote, and we'll have the results after the game. Guys?
The answer is yes.
Yes.
2-2. Mike Sweeney, the DH, against right-handed reliever Andrew Kashner. The Mariners tied it up off Kashner in the 7th as Sweeney pops into right. Fukudome pulls it in.
Time for our Home Depot doing more on defense. I'll tell you, Jack Wilson, we've seen this play a number of times. No step, no nothing, just a fadeaway throw from deep in the hole at short. Just enough on his throw with the pick at first base to get the out.
I think Hernandez was only forced to throw 5 pitches in the 7th inning. Wow. And that's significant because he's now at 105. That might give him an extra inning. The 1-0 to Lopez. Called strike, 1-1.
Yeah, that play by Jack Wilson, Len, a perfect example of a guy that knows his own limitations. He knows that he doesn't have enough time to get his legs underneath him, take a little crow hop and make a strong throw. He doesn't have that kind of an arm. So he just gets rid of it as quickly as he can on line to his target, and that time it was just enough to get Marlon Byrd.
3-1. And Lopez, the kind of guy who can hit the ball out of the ballpark. This time he rolls it up the middle. Fontenot couldn't get there. Experience Cubs baseball from the private comfort of the Bud Light Batter's Eye in center field, offering a spectacular view and catered service. For groups of 25 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye is a great option for entertaining in Chicago, especially on summer weekends. It's also available for non-game day functions. To book your date or for more information, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-4200. The turn, they get out of the inning. Andrew Kashner with a scoreless 8th. We'll head to the 9th and a 2-2 tie.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 13 daily nonstop flights from Chicago Midway to the Boston area. Now bags fly free 13 times a day. Grab your bag, it's on.
Experience fast in all its forms. The IS line at your Lexus dealer. Lease the 2010 IS 250 all-wheel drive for $369 a month for 36 months with $32.95 due at signing.
How about we open up a whole can of getting it done and get this year's colors up on the wall this year? Let's get better prices and better paint. Let's break out the drop cloths, rollers, brushes, and tape. Let's start small, then go big, no matter what the budget. And when we're done, let's take a bow. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get $5 off any 1-gallon can of any Behr or Glidden paint.
Cubs fans, get ready for an exciting finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
Sign up for a subscription to Vineline, the official monthly magazine of the Chicago Cubs. Vineline offers exclusive insider coverage and photography all year long. Visit the Vine Line blog at Cubs.com for extra content and order today.
So 2-2, and the starter Hernandez still in there. Derek Lee takes a breaker inside. Bouncer foul. Already, the Mariners have 6 complete games. They had 4 in 08, 4 in 09. The closer, David Aartsma, is up. Ground ball, through, and a base hit.
Lee finds that hole on the left side past a diving Lopez. I wonder if Lou would consider a pinch runner for Derek Lee in this situation. He just doesn't look as light on his feet in this series here in Seattle as we've seen him in the past, but no sign of a pinch runner coming out of that third base dugout.
Short lead by Lee. The kick and the pitch to Colvin. And waves as strike one. Well, the afternoon games are over except this one. Phillies did beat the Indians 12-3, 0-2. Night interleague action coming up later, including the Cardinals at the Blue Jays. And the Dodgers and the Angels. Outside.
Tyler Colvin seeing a lot of breaking balls today from Felix Hernandez as well. Tyler Colvin, Marlon Byrd, the two guys that are getting the most breaking balls from the Mariners right-hander. Watch for that ball in the dirt.
That's the first out.
There was a curveball in the dirt that time. Rob Johnson up to the task, managed to block that ball, keep it right there, and not allow Derek Lee to advance.
Nady with one out, inside corner. 96 on the 9th inning fastball of Felix Hernandez. Carlos Marmol up in case the Cubs grab the lead here in the 9th. Otherwise, we'll see Sean Marshall. Andrew Kashner with 2 innings gave up 1 run. In the hole, Jack Wilson had to range, and they will get 1. Figgins covering second. Jack Wilson has earned his keep at short today.
Fortunately, that ball not hit hard enough to turn 2, but Wilson once again going over into the hole. Watch how quickly that ball's into and out of his glove to Sean Figgins for the force on Derek Lee at second base.
Ball 1. Well, the Mariners have lost 15 times in the opponent's final at bat. Cubs trying to make it 16 and get out of here with 1 in this series. Down by Hernandez, and from the seat of his pants he throws out Fontenot. So Felix Hernandez has completed 9. We're still tied.
Make a statement without leaving a mark. The new fingerprint-resistant Fusion X2 finish. An intuitive blend of style and substance. Just what you'd expect from the laptop expert. Visit laptops.toshiba.com.
Introducing Suzuki's free gas for summer event. Suzukis are built for fun, and they get great gas mileage. So how can Suzuki fuel your fun even more? We can give you free gas for the whole summer. Right now, buy any Suzuki, including the amazing all-new Kizashi Sports Sedan. And Suzuki will give you free gas all summer long. For the free gas for summer event, visit your local Suzuki dealer today. Now get 0% financing on all new Suzuki models. Hurry in.
Day one storm, and it was beautiful. So look, see the sights that you like.
AT&T covers 97% of all Americans. This summer, get the exclusive Samsung Strive for just $19.99, only from AT&T.
When your laptop goes to sleep, your connected music keeps cranking. Sleep in music. Intuitive innovation built around the way you live. Just what you'd expect from the laptop expert. Visit laptops.toshiba.com.
Well, it's our first look at Felix Hernandez in person, and he has dominated on the mound, but he's gotten his glove on several ground balls in this game, able to knock that one down. And an easy toss to Wilson. Well, at least he made it look easy from the seat of his pants. Hit a grand slam off Johan Santana in interleague play. That was last year. Well, they didn't spell it right, but still their favorite.
Oh, okay. Favorite third baseman. Boy, you're not picky at all.
Felix Hernandez through 9. Battling Ted Lilly, Andrew Kashner, now Sean Marshall. Yeah, he's really aggressive on the mound. Not afraid to stick his glove out there, and he's made a couple of nice defensive plays today. Here's Josh Wilson. Felix Hernandez hit the first ever homer by a Mariners pitcher. That was in 2008 in New York off Johan Santana, grand slam. Ground ball foul. Best the Cubs can hope for now is extras. I'm assuming Hernandez is not coming out for the 10th, but you never know. 117 pitches.
He's thrown as many as 128 this season a couple of starts ago. I'll tell you what, just based on his stuff, if anything, it looks like he's getting stronger. He's got more velocity on his fastball. He's had a much better feel for his curveball and his changeup in the second half of this ball game.
Bradley's going to hit for the catcher Johnson. stray too far from the ballpark out into the wilderness, if you know what I mean.
I'm not sure if it's moose season or not, but I wouldn't take any chances.
Two and two. On the little pop-up. Marshall went up to get it. And it'll bring up switch hitting Milton Bradley.
Pitch hitting for Rob Johnson. Number 15, Milton Bradley.
Series for him. 0 for his last 19. And he's batting here in a pinch hit spot for the catcher Johnson. And we know he will take a walk, and that is a valuable commodity in a tie game late. It's always valuable, but even more so now. 2-1.
Saw the season average for Milton Bradley at 207. He's hitting 207 as a right-handed hitter, 207 as a left-handed hitter. That's pretty rare.
Done it a whole lot and has not had much success in this spot. Marshall with another 3-2 pitch.
Emergency swing that time by Bradley. That breaking ball was a little too close to the strike zone to take, but not good enough to put a real swing on. Just able to foul it off, stay alive.
So the winning run is on base with one out. And here's Jack Wilson. He tied it up with a run-scoring double in the 7th. It's Lee Tinsley at third. We mentioned Mike Brumley is the first base coach. Bradley with 6 stolen bases, the most he's had since '06 when he was with Oakland.
Jack Wilson has always been one of the better hit and run candidates in baseball, especially his time with the Pirates in the National League. Now, the great equalizer here is the fact that Sean Marshall, being a left-handed pitcher, really forces Milton Bradley to wait before making a break for second base. And even on a hit and run where it's up to the batter to protect the runner, you'd like to get a little bit of a jump over there at first base. I'm not so sure Bradley will be able to do that against Sean Marshall.
Hit into left. Bradley is not going to head for third. Ball is in front of him, first and second. Michael Saunders coming up. He hit a home run off Marshall. Ended up being a meaningless home run in a Seattle 8-1 win. But he really gave it a ride.
Anytime you hit a home run in a night game here at Safeco Field, especially from gap to the big part of the park, you know you've touched it up pretty good.
One out. Key guy is at the bottom of your screen, Milton Bradley. Tracy in at third. The pitch to Saunders. Ball one.
That's the home run we were talking about in the ball game last night against Sean Marshall's curveball. He left it up over the plate just enough. With the swings we've seen Saunders take against Sean Marshall, you almost get the feeling he's up there looking for a breaking ball. He hangs in there tough against that curveball. He hit the home run last night, had a good swing on that one right there.
Pretty good bet you're going to get one at some point. Steps off. Arnold's still throwing out in the Cubs bullpen. Normally on the road you save your closer, or when you have a lead, once you get into this situation. High and deep down the right field line and foul.
The harder breaking pitch, a slider that never really broke very much, stayed right there on the inside part of the plate. Fortunately, Saunders way out in front of that one.
Marshall has his sign from Hill. And his 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Ichiro coming up, and Lou is going to, I believe, head out to the mound.
Right left makes no difference to Ichiro. He's hitting 313 against left-handed pitching, over 350 against righties. He's going to go with his closer.
So it will be Carlos Marmol here in the bottom of the ninth. It's the Lexus Pursuing Perfection. Call to the pen. We'll be back.
Right now, share any size icy cold Coke or any other soft drink, including sweet tea, for just $1.
the storm, and it was beautiful. So look, see the sights that you like.
AT&T covers 97% of all Americans. This summer, get the exclusive Samsung Strive for just $19.99, only from AT&T.
The numbers. All right, listen up, people. We are losing billions of dollars.
Illions?
Billions. And those noobers don't lie.
Put the M back in your morning. Enjoy one of your favorites from McDonald's Dollar Menu at breakfast.
Well, for Carlos Marmol, his first and only appearance of this series. And he will get the task here of getting Ichiro out, getting out of this ninth, and will likely also get the bottom of the 10th. Hopefully after the Cubs grab the lead. But first things first.
One previous encounter between Marmol and Ichiro. Ichiro got the better of Carlos 1-for-1 with a single. Not much of a sample size though.
Well, reset for you. Bradley, the runner at second. Wilson is at first. 2 outs, 2-2 tie in the bottom of the ninth. Backdoor slider, strike one. None of the outfielders is playing particularly deep. Derek Lee backhands, little bobble, throw to Marmol in time. We'll go to the 10th. Whew, that was close. 2-2.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Hey there, big guy. You know, you look a little tired. Why don't you come sit down over here? Yeah, come on. That's right, sit down.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
You know Mazda 6's residual value beats Camry and Altima?
Cool. What's with the flag? You'll see.
And it has more interior room. Beats them on horsepower, too.
Now I get it.
The fun-injected, fuel-efficient Mazda 6. Claim yours. Right now, move into a Mazda 6 with 0% APR financing for 60 months plus $500 APR cash. Zoom Zoom. Today, tomorrow, forever. Hey, volley for serve.
Friendly competition runs on Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. With our refreshing Culotta flavors. Enjoy an icy boost with our new blue raspberry flavor today. America runs on Dunkin'. Chill out with our watermelon or new blue raspberry Culotta for only $1.99.
Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. All season long. Feed your wild side. Cubs playing their 6th extra innings game. They're 3-2. The Mariners are 1-6. As their closer, David Aardsma, will start the 10th.
Get ready to hit a fastball. David Aardsma has a split finger. He also has a breaking pitch as Eliezer Alfonso takes over behind the plate. But you're going to see a lot of fastballs from David Aardsma.
That is 16th save on Tuesday night. So here we go. Chad Tracy takes it high, ball one. Bernsma came in, got the first 2 on a Tuesday, then walked Giovanni Soto. Soriano singled, and then Colvin struck out to end the game as the Mariners won that one 2-0. Three and 0. That missed badly. He was nowhere near the plate. Leadoff walk. We'll get a pinch runner. It'll be Starlin Castro to run for Tracy. And Rick Adair will head out, talk with his pitcher.
You know what he's going to tell him?
Throw strikes.
Stop throwing balls. Coy Hill down to have a chat with Mike Quaddy about halfway down that third base line. They want to talk over exactly what they want to do here. You would assume if Coy Hill's going to attempt to bunt, he's going to put it down that first base side. Force Josh Wilson to come in and make the play after holding on Starlin Castro down there at first base.
Pretty rowdy Thursday afternoon crowd of over 41,000. A lot of Cub fans here. Didn't have a whole lot to cheer about in the first 2 games of this series. This has been a nail biter throughout.
Arnsman does not have a good pickoff move to first base. Very slow with his feet to turn his body and get in position to make that throw to first base. Castro could probably get another full step on his lead over there.
The bunt by Hill, it's a pretty hard one, but it's going to do the job. That'll go 3-4 to move Castro into scoring position.
Nice job by Coy Hill making sure to get that ball to the right side of the field. As you said, bunted a little bit hard, but that's all right because Josh Wilson was slow breaking after holding on the runner, and Castro now into scoring position for the top of the order. How about a timely hit?
Strike one to Kosuke. Neither starting pitcher will figure into the decision this afternoon. Both were very good. Lilly 6 innings, 1 run. Hernandez 9 innings, 2 runs. Doesn't get a complete game even though he went 9. On his way to third, but Jack Wilson slings across to get Fukudome. So if Terrio can get a salvage here, he can maybe give the Cubs the lead and the win. He's 0 for 4. A 1 for 5 day wouldn't sound good on its face, but maybe that one could be a game winner. cruising along early in the season, but been a struggle for the most part here lately. Is on base down to 318, and he's slugging less than that, 308. Trying to come up with a big hit. 0-2.
Jet wild pitch. 0-2 counts. That's where a lot of pitchers try to waste a pitch, get a hitter to chase something in the dirt. We've only seen one non-fastball from Ardsma since he came into the game. That was the splitter that Kosuke grounded to short. Decides to go up the ladder and avoid that pitch in the dirt.
Ardsma walked the leadoff man. That guy now is at third. It's Starlin Castro running for Tracy. Another 0-2. Ooh, he almost threw a wild one up and over the catcher, Alfonso. And you saw what he wanted it down. It was way up. How do you miss your spot by 7 feet?
It happens.
He throws Terrio, and I think he throws the home plate umpire. 2-2. Ooh, how do you take that pitch?
I don't know. I mean, when you got a pitcher that's throwing balls over your head, in the dirt, all over the place, when he does throw one on the corner, it catches everybody by surprise.
Ichiro in right, battling the sun, makes the catch. We'll go to the last of the 10th. Figgins, Sweeney, and Lopez up against Carlos Marmol.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
5 feet from the hole, right here.
Hey, big fella, want a cold one? Yeah, that's it. Come on, you can do it.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Experience fast in all its forms. The IS line at your Lexus dealer. Lease the 2010 IS 250 all-wheel drive for $369 a month for 36 months, with $32.95 due at signing.
Mike Fontenot moves from short to third with Chad Tracy out, and Starlin Castro will remain in after pinch running and play short. The move of bringing Marmol in the ninth. I think Lou has decided, and I think rightfully so, that you change the rules a little bit with a team that is scuffling like the Cubs are. You don't save Marmol for a situation that might not have even come up, which is that save spot in extra innings. So if the Cubs are going to win this game, somebody else is going to get the final 3 outs. It won't be one of the top 3 relievers in the bullpen, but you got to get there to begin with.
And it's been 4 days since Marmol last pitched, so We probably wanted to get him an inning of work, period, regardless of what kind of game we were in. But I agree with you. This is a game you got to win right here.
Well, he's 3-0 on Figgins, who might be in a take-2 spot leading off the bottom of the 10th. The Mariners are trying to complete an undefeated homestand. Ball 4, which would be their first ever of at least 5 games here at Safeco Field.
Never a good idea to walk the fast guys leading off in an extra inning ball game. Figgins, as we mentioned, 15 stolen bases on the season in 19 attempts.
No matter what transpires, this is Marmol's inning. Nobody up in the bullpen. He is charged with getting this team into the 11th.
It gets back to that question you ask yourself sometimes as a manager, who would I rather have out there? Well, nobody. This is the guy you want on the mound in this situation.
Sweeney takes a slider up and in. That's 5 straight bad ones, and this is pretty much always the case when a pitcher misses with 5 or 6 in a row. The catcher heads out. And what does he say? Does it matter? Is it just a rhythm breaker?
For me, I think it's just a rhythm breaker. Get that pitcher to step off the rubber, slow down his pace a little bit, take a deep breath, relax, and get back into that strike zone. Occasionally you'll spot a mechanical flaw in his delivery or sense that he's rushing or doing something else that you don't like, but normally it's just a rhythm breaker.
Missed badly, and now Larry coming out. Larry always seems to time these visits with Marmol very well. Don't have any scientific data to show you, but usually when Larry comes out, Marmol gets straightened out. Now, I haven't talked to a lot of the Cubs pitchers, Bob, but when Larry Rostow goes to the mound, he is talking the entire time. He has a very specific idea of what he wants to say. He's been doing this for a very long time.
And on occasion we get a shot of Larry's face as he's talking to the relief pitchers, and usually part of the message is one pitch at a time. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Don't worry about the last pitch that you threw. One pitch at a time.
Two-0 to Sweeney with Figgins at first. Here's the pitch. Slider strike.
Cat and mouse going on here between Marmol and Sweeney. Taking turns stepping off the rubber and stepping out of the batter's box. Question is,
Well, Don Wakamatsu asked Jose Lopez, his cleanup man, to lay down a bunt. If he does, Bob, I think he's doing the Cubs a favor for a couple of reasons. Number one, Marmol's not throwing strikes currently. Number two, we both know if anybody can get out of a second and third one out, it's Carlos Marmol with the strikeout pitch.
Well, Lopez has not put down a sacrifice bunt yet this season. Very few teams in baseball use their 3-4 hitters to ever put down a sac bunt in any situation.
Yeah, I just don't see it happening. But we don't see the Mariners that much. Not squaring to bunt, takes a nasty slider for a strike. I just think in this spot you got to take 3 shots.
It's not like the Mariners are playing for a big inning. They just need a run at this juncture of the ball game. So I think Don Wakamatsu is going to let these guys swing away.
Another slider, strike 2. Boy, Lopez has not looked comfortable on these first 2. Pulled it foul. Got in on him on a fastball that time. Well, as dire as this seems, Marmol has escaped this very spot many times. And more so than a strikeout, he could use a ground ball at one of his infielders. Gets a tapper. That is foul. Coyhill picked it up foul. Lopez almost ran into it.
It's way too late to even bring this up, Lynn, as we get a look at that replay. The little tapper down the first baseline. Lopez had to avoid it. When Coyhill picks the ball up, he's in foul territory, as is the baseball. I wonder if Lou gave any consideration to taking Xavier Nady out in left field and putting in Soriano just to give yourself the best arm out there in the event of a base hit into the outfield.
And he chased for strike 3. No doubt with Figgins' speed, a base hit to left ends this game. Runners both go. Throw to third. Safe. Mike Fontenot thought he had Figgins, but Mike Riley called him safe. And Lou is livid. He's going to stop until he gets the heave-ho here.
And it looked like Mike Riley told him a couple times very early on, don't get run, don't get run. When Lou took his hat off, I think he was getting ready to throw it, and that's when Riley told him, don't do it. Boy, Figgins edging off out there at second base. Got a tremendous jump. Coyhill with the strong throw makes it a close play. Kind of hard to tell from that angle. This will be a much better look here as Fontenot takes the high throw and comes down on the tag.
Now Lou, before he came off the field, now this is interesting, Bob. He made a U-turn and talked to Coyhill, and I think Don Wakamatsu saying that's a trip to the mound. If that's the case, Marmol would have to come out. Now he never went to the mound. He went to his catcher, Coyhill. So Don Wakamatsu's coming out and at least I think has the right to ask.
I think possibly the determining factor is that Coy Hill didn't go out and talk to the pitcher after Lou talked to Coy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right on the edge of what's legal and what isn't.
Well, that was close. Ooh. Because remember, Larry has already come out this inning. So they will intentionally walk Gutierrez and face Josh Wilson with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Now this is where the best strikeout reliever in baseball needs to do his thing. Obviously no room for error now, nowhere to put Josh Wilson. You've got to throw the ball over the plate, and when Marmol does that, rarely do guys make contact against him.
No hits in the inning, 2 walks, 2 steals, and now an intentional free pass. The strikeout of Lopez sandwiched in between 2 walks. Everybody in, infield and outfield. Here we go. The pitch to Josh Wilson. Swing and a miss.
2 more swings like that and he'll have him. Looked like Josh Wilson's trying to hit a grand slam 600 feet. Really, with everybody drawn in, all he needs to do is make contact. Swing that way again, please.
Wilson with a single and a run today. He's had a good homestand for the Mariners. The 0-1 pitch, slider fouled back, 0-2. Well, he's a first baseman. Got to muscle up, right? Swing and a miss. 2 down. It's up to Eliezer Alfonso.
Boy, good. Lead him out of the strike zone slider that time for Marmol. That ball was on the outside corner when it left his hand. Ended up over in the left-handed batter's box. Got the feeble swing from Josh Wilson for out number 2.
First at bat for Alfonso. Came in to catch in the top of this inning. Everybody can move back with 2 outs. Bases loaded. Fastball missing. Alfonso went 1 for 3 in game 1 of this series. Marmol with the sign. Here he comes. 1-1.
Big swing by a Mariners hitter in a situation where you don't need to hit the ball far. You just need to put it in play. Oh, yeah.
And Marmol gets out of it. They leave the bases loaded in the 10th. 3 walks, 2 steals, 3 strikeouts. A Carlos Marmol special. 2-2 after 10.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Hey there, big guy. You know, you look a little tired. Why don't you come sit down over here? Yeah, come on. That's right, sit down.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
The sights, the sounds, and undeniable energy that draws you in. You can feel it as soon as you step inside. It gets your blood pumping, and it intrigues you. Makes you want more. Makes you want to see if tonight is your night. Whatever your mood, it's waiting for you. is calling.
Line change.
Harris congratulates the Chicago Blackhawks, 2010 Stanley Cup champions.
Try this.
Harris congratulates the Chicago Blackhawks, Stanley Cup champions.
Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Feed your wild side. Carlos Marmol had a little bit of a wild side there in the bottom half of the 10th inning. 2 unintentional walks, 1 intentional walk, but 3 strikeouts, including 2 to end the inning with the bases loaded. Outstanding job by Marmol. Mariners are going to turn the ball over to their normal setup reliever, Brandon League, a heavy sinker ball pitcher. David Ardsman with 1 inning of work as their closer in the tie ball game. Did walk a man, but the Cubs weren't able to push him across. See the numbers for League this season.
Was that bottom of the 10th exciting enough for you?
Man. I mean, great stuff from Marmol, as always, but what a horrible approach by the last 2 hitters in that 10th inning for the Mariners, rather. Almost called them the Marlins again.
No, you caught yourself this time.
It's because Marlin Bird's at the plate.
That's right. Takes ball 1. 98 on that fastball from Brandon League.
And League pitched in the first game of this series. Walked a batter, gave up a base hit, but then got a double play by the man at the plate, Marlon Byrd, before getting a fly out to end the inning.
Can get a run here. Carlos Marmol could get the win. But as I mentioned before, and Bird taking the leadoff walk, somebody else is going to have to get the final 3 outs. And John Grabo is up. D. Lee with 2 singles, 2 strikeouts, scored in the second. First pitch swinging, not happy with himself, and certainly not happy with this result, as Ichiro really battling the sun.
We saw the fly ball to end the top half of the 10th inning. Ichiro really struggled with that one. Here once again has to make a quick adjustment right at the end to get underneath that ball and make the play.
Tyler Colvin with a big hole on the right side. He has a quick bat. He'll need it against the fireballing Brandon Lee. Six to 4 to 3. Last of the 11th. 2-2.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
5 feet from the hole, right here.
Hey, big fella, want a cold one? Yeah, that's it. Come on, you can do it.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Get closer to the field on game day as Comcast Sportsnet, Menards, and the Cubs team up to select 6 lucky winners to be a Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day. Winner will enjoy the full game day experience of preparing the friendly confines and will help drag the infield during the 4th inning in front of a packed house. Winner also receives 4 tickets to the game, a Menards groundskeeper uniform, and pregame photos on the field. To enter the Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day, visit any Menards location to pick up an entry postcard. Tomorrow and Sunday, the BP Crosstown Cup continues.
Cubs, White Sox, a new season right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Montano goes deep to right, back-to-back home runs.
White Sox baseball, Cubs baseball. Cubs and White Sox right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
You can put it on the board. Yes.
White Sox, Chicago Cubs on Comcast Sportsnet. Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Left-hander John Grable will become the 5th Cub to pitch in this game. And he's going to face a guy I'm sure helped him out quite a bit when he was in Pittsburgh, making tremendous defensive plays, Jack Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson, a right-handed hitter, leading off the inning, and then back-to-back lefties in Saunders and Ichiro, and then the switch hitter Sean Figgin. So I would be a bit surprised to see Lou get somebody else up in that bullpen just in case we get past those left-handers and the Mariners still have a chance to score some runs. Score a run.
Well, you won't have too many better opportunities than the Mariners had against Carlos Marmol in the 10th. But he was able to get out of a bases loaded 1-out situation. Fastball change up to the righties. Fastball slider to the lefties. Down the left field line. Foul. I think it was off the glove of that fan.
Hooking line drive down into that left field corner. That would have definitely been trouble. I think that's an illegal glove anyway. It looks too big. Oversized glove.
Derek Lee fighting the sun. Terry over to help him out. It'll be Lee to get it.
As always, big first out. Get that leadoff man. Limit the possibilities and the strategies that opposing manager can use.
I'm trying to think of the extra inning equivalent of a 70-68 game score in the 5th set of Wimbledon today, as John Eisner finally won in the longest tennis match ever. And I'm thinking it'd have to be like a 45-50 inning baseball game.
You had to bring that up right now.
Well, we are in extras.
2 inept offenses. Well, we might not see another run. We might go 45 innings tonight.
11 hours 5 minutes over 3 days. It became a cricket match. The 0-2 to Saunders outside on a slider. 1-2. Montano in. 2 outs. We haven't hit a ball out of the infield yet. Today alone, it was 11-9, which is like playing 2 sets.
Now, the fans that were there yesterday and last night, did they get to come back and watch the finish of it today? Or?
I would certainly hope so. Pitch to Ichiro. Strike 1.
Ichiro, not the kind of guy that normally goes to the plate and looks to hit a ball out of the ballpark. Only 3 home runs this season. A high of 15 back in 05, but with 2 outs and nobody on base, this might be the one time you see Ichiro try to pick a pitch and do some damage to right field.
Even at 2 apiece. Rolled him to left. He now has sole possession of 201st on the all-time hit list. Almost into the top 200.
Watch, he looks right down the barrel of the bat. Doesn't really hit the ball. He just kind of guides it toward that 5.5 hole past a diving Mike Fondo and on into left field.
Very late swing by Figgins. The ball rattled around in the camera well. Again, our BP Crosstown Cup coverage starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Special Chicago Tribune Live. Cubs and Sox at 3 here on Comcast Sportsnet. Was thinking about a bunt base hit with 2 outs and took it in the dirt. One of his best friends is a former minor league teammate, Juan Pierre. High, 2-1. Another infield pop-up, the 3rd one of the inning. Fontenot, one hand on it, and we'll go to the 12th. Cubs 2, M's 2.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Hey there, big guy. You know, you look a little tired. Why don't you come sit down over here? Yeah, come on. That's right, sit down.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
was beautiful. So look, see the sights that you like.
AT&T covers 97% of all Americans.
This summer, get the exclusive Samsung Strive for just $19.99, only from AT&T.
A lot of Cub fans here in Seattle cheering on their team, which dropped the first 2 games of this series, and they're in a 2-2 deadlock going into the 12th inning today. Bob, the Cubs have only 5 hits over the first 11.
The chances of generating more offense went up exponentially when Felix Hernandez left the ball game. He was tremendous today.
Well, you think about both teams as League faces Xavier Nady 0-2. Both teams closers have been burned. In the case of the Cubs, both of their top setup men out, already used. Brandon League, the 8th inning guy for Aardsma, as Nady strikes out. This will be his final inning. This game's going to come down to middle relief. Bob Howery up in the Cubs pen. Ball 1 to Mike Fontenot.
Sheerly a matter of numbers, the Mariners would appear to have an edge. They have 5 relief pitchers still available and possibly a starter if this was his throw day. The Cubs only have Stevens, Howery, and Gorzolani available.
Two and one. Checked his swing and tapped it foul.
Boy, that is one high-octane sinker that League is flipping up there at 97, 98 with some nasty late movement. You know, the usual progression for a relief pitcher is middle relief. You work your way into that late inning setup role and ultimately find yourself closing. I could see this guy closing in the very near future.
Oh, yeah. Swing and a miss. Is that a slider?
I believe that was, yeah, at 88. Doesn't throw many. And that one didn't break much, but it was enough off speed after seeing those high 90 sinkers that Mike Fontenot came up empty.
So Castro with his first at bat, and again was on the bench for the first time since he was called up to the majors in early May. Came into pinch run in the 10th and is now playing short. The kick, the 0-1 pitch, he could not hold. 0-2.
The way these two teams are swinging the bat, he may get a chance to play 9 innings today anyway.
Change up that time.
You know, it seemed to make sense to give Starlin Castro a day off, at least to start the ball game today. The Cubs played a night game last night, an early day game here today, another day game tomorrow back in Chicago. And you know Lou wants to have his starting shortstop in the lineup against the Sox, so at least a partial day off here today.
So another change up, and he got it nasty. So we'll go to the bottom of the 12th. We're still deadlocked at 2.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
5 feet from the hole right here.
Hey, big fella, want a cold one? Yeah, that's it. Come on, you can do it.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side. Tomorrow and Sunday. The BP Crosstown Cup continues.
Cubs, White Sox, a new season right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Fontenot goes deep to right, back-to-back home runs.
White Sox baseball, Cubs baseball, Cubs and White Sox right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
You can put it on the board. Yes.
White Sox, Chicago Cubs on Comcast Sportsnet. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Last season, 4 Warriors became Bellator champions.
Nice uppercut by Good.
Huge right hand, Freddie out. A dominating performance.
Now, a field of the greatest mixed martial artists will battle for the right to fight them.
Can't look past anybody in this tournament.
I've made a living on making people quit.
Can't get away from me in a cage.
Controlled catastrophe is what's about to happen.
Bellator Fighting Championships. The tournament continues tonight.
Well, it has become the proverbial battle of attrition, 2-2 here in the 12th inning.
Well, and you have to fight the temptation as a hitter to try to be the hero. Try to hit the home run that's going to win the ball game, especially in this ballpark, especially with the pitching we've seen here late in this ball game. It's probably going to take 2 or 3 base hits strung together to score a run from this point on.
Ted Lilly with 6 strong innings in this one. It's been in the bullpen's hands since Andrew Kashner allowing his first run of the season. But that's been it for the scoring. For the Mariners, the Cubs got their runs in the 2nd and the 7th off Felix Hernandez, who went 9 innings. One strike on Mike Sweeney, who needs a little more time.
I think that's part of his approach as a hitter. We saw him do it all afternoon to Ted Lilly. We saw him do it to Carlos Marmol. He's just constantly stepping out of that box trying to disrupt the rhythm of the pitcher.
Well, he was the most polite guy in the major leagues. That's not very polite.
Well, he said excuse me before he requested timeout.
Some of the East Coast night games are now underway. Florida with a first inning run at Baltimore. Backhanded by Castro, looks it in, fires to Lee in time for the out.
Nice play by Castro. Had time. Sweeney doesn't run particularly well. But you see Starlin gathers himself, makes sure he has a good grip on that baseball. Throw a little bit high, but Derek Lee easily goes up the ladder to make the play.
Left center, Nady over the dive, the catch. 2 down.
Pretty good read by Nady on a broken bat floater to shallow left center field. He didn't break back. He didn't freeze. He immediately started in. May have heard that bat break at home plate. He needed every edge he could get to that baseball.
Gutierrez, low ball 1. Cardinals and Jays just underway in Toronto. Adam Wainwright against Brandon Morrow, who was in that deal that brought Brandon League here. Gutierrez. I think the Mariners like that strike call. 1-2. Tigers and Mets just underway. Armando Galarraga for Detroit. Hisanori Takahashi for the Mets. Swing and a miss to end the inning, and very encouraging outing for John Graybo. 2 scoreless innings. We'll head to the 13th, tied at 2.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Hey there, big guy. You know, you look a little tired. Why don't you come sit down over here? Yeah, come on. That's right, sit down.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
CSNChicago.com. The best place for breaking news and behind-the-scenes access.
The most blogs and insiders. And everything outside the box score.
CSNChicago.com. Your destination for everything White Sox.
He make everybody around him better, too. That's no question.
Your internet home for all things Cubs.
When we go into these different towns, he wants that other pitching staff to know that we can swing the bat.
CSNChicago.com. A fan's best friend online.
Tomorrow and Sunday, the BP Crosstown Cup continues.
Cubs, White Sox, a new season right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Fontenot goes deep to right, back-to-back home runs.
White Sox baseball. Cubs baseball. Cubs and White Sox right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
You can put it on the board! Yes! White Sox, Chicago Cubs on Comcast.
Comcast Sportsnet. Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Now off to the 13th inning. A 2-2 tie here in Seattle. And left-hander Garrett Olson will be the new pitcher. Garrett Olson was briefly a Chicago Cub. He was acquired by the Cubs from Baltimore in the Felix PA deal on January 18th, 2009, and then 10 days later was sent with Ronnie Cedeno to Seattle in exchange for right-hander Aaron Heilman. So you may not remember the Garrett Olson era in Chicago. It lasted 10 days in late January of 09.
Ah, those were the good old days.
Alfonso Soriano's going to bat for Coy Hill.
Come on, Fonzie!
Outside on a fastball for ball one. So Giovanni Soto will catch in the bottom of the 13th.
There we go.
Soriano thought that was going to be inside. It was not.
Yeah, changeup had just a little bit of tailing action. The four-seam fastball at 88, and then comes back with the changeup at 83 with a little bit of fade to it.
Fukudome and Terrio also due up this inning. That's a little subtle thing, but it comes into play in extra innings in a spot like this. But your bench is one man shorter with the DH. I don't know how many times I've filled out the lineup card and filled out the bench, and I've looked and gone, where's that fifth guy?
I'm missing somebody.
3-2. So we've seen Castro as a pinch runner now playing short. Soriano hitting. Soto's got to come in and catch. Jeff Baker, the only other position player who has not yet been used for the Cubs. The kick, the 3-2, ball four. Good patient at bat for Soriano. Fukudome The Mariners have been going with 4 starters. We mentioned Doug Fister will be back in their rotation on Saturday, but that has allowed Don Wakamatsu to have an extra guy on the bench. So they've used Bradley and Alfonso. They still have Ryan Langerhans, Casey Kochman, Mike Karp, all left-handed hitters. The bunt by Fukudome, and it's a good one. It goes 5-3 on the sacrifice.